Good morning, everyone. Happy Sunday to everyone. We have 3 more laptops to work on today, and I haven't looked at any of them, so we don't know what we're going to get into, but I hope everyone's doing well. Everyone had a rested weekend? I did not. I was actually busy all day yesterday. Let me see if I can fix my chat here. It's acting a little funny. So I'm a little bit exhausted today, and I can tell you a little story in a second after I fix my chat. Sometimes the chat view is a little weird, so I have to embed my own CSS. Okay, there we go. That makes it a little easier to read. Hello from Kenya. Hello, Hamilton. All right. Hello from Earth, St. Louis, Manitoba, Canada, Jamaica. Jamaica me crazy. How you doing? Idaho, Germany, Kenya again. What's up? What's up? What's up? So we do have a vote going right now. We have about 8 minutes left on the vote, so go ahead and pull that up and cast your vote now. This is going to be your time to figure out which order we're going to be working on. Now, there are 3 different laptops, 3 different issues, 3 different situations, and hopefully we're going to fix most of them. Low energy today, huh? All right, well, I'm a little tired. Yeah, so basically yesterday I spent, I don't know. It was 106 yesterday, and I was outside for probably 80% of the day or 85% of the day. I drank 6 of these yesterday of water because I was basically so dehydrated and I was still really thirsty at the end of it. I mean, it was a hard day yesterday. Hello from Virginia. Hello, Jersey Shore. Vote, 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 everyone. England. Hello, Japan. Morocco. Yeah, so the 3 laptops, let me just explain it real quick. Let me go ahead and explain them to you. So it looks like, let me pull up the polls. There we go. So we have a 9530. This one apparently is a spill and then no longer powers on. My tech already looked at it and said that he cleaned the area and it doesn't turn on still. And then 5550, it gets the Dell screen only and then reboots. It just kind of stays on that, so it doesn't get past that. And the last one, the fans kind of spin up, no picture. So it's a no post Sunday. Hello, coolest fans member, Kotin. How you doing? Thank you so much for that. Hello from Romania. The Dell Ping Pong Special Edition. Love the heat. Yeah, so yesterday I spent a lot of times in the yard, so I did lawn work and mowed and everything, and I did that kind of early so it wasn't too hot. And then I said, okay, well, there's this area of the yard where I have like these big rocks and boulders and like vines have been growing over it and kind of got overgrown. A couple years ago I went through and cleaned it all off, and my wife has been bugging me to do it. So I went out there and cleaned it all up, and there's poison ivy all over this area. And a couple years ago when I did this, I cleaned it all off, pulled all the vines and everything. I had gloves on, and I touched my face, and I touched my body, and I ended up with like a swollen face of just poison ivy all over my face. And so this time I went in knowing there was poison ivy in the area, so I was very, very cautious, per se. And still got poison ivy. Still got it right here. I scrub myself with dish soap afterwards because I know that that's supposed to get rid of the oils, and I did it like 3 times. I took 3 showers yesterday, changed my clothes 4 times. Still got it. Still got it. I think I got a couple pieces on my leg, but it's not as bad as the last time. I mean, if I'm not here on Wednesday, then you know something happened to my face. But basically, my whole face had gotten so swollen, I looked like an elephant. Is my camera a little juddery? I've right before the stream, I had to mess with the cameras, and the overhead camera was actually really messed up, but I got this one smooth. But the face camera still leaves a little bit, I don't know. Seems like it's slow. Anyway, oh no. Yeah, sorry to hear that. So anyway, I did that for most of the day, and then I had bought a car a few weeks ago. A month ago or whatever, and the rear shocks are blown out, and to change out the shocks at the dealer or even have a mechanic do it, it was going to cost me about 20% of what I paid for the car because it's a used car, it's an old car. And so I ordered the shocks myself. I pulled the whole back end off and changed out the shocks. They weren't coilover struts or anything, so I spent a lot of time out there doing that too. So I was pretty exhausted at the end of the day, pretty exhausted, and then I washed the cars afterwards. So that was my cool off. Oh, all right. Hey, Rugged, don't be spamming, bro, or else you could be out of here. Everything looks all right. Okay, so good. So we have, my camera is looking okay, you said. Doesn't look good to me on my screen, but that's fine. So go ahead and vote. We have about 4 minutes left, 3 minutes left. And so you know, if we want to deal with this one that has the spill, it's probably going to be something that we're going to be chasing our tails with, but that's fine. And then the Precision 5550 may be worse because when we get a Dell screen and then it shuts off, that could be a number of different things. I mean, it could be a PD controller issue. It could be something like that. Did you unplug the battery first? In the 9530s, those don't run without batteries. They will run without batteries after the laptop starts, but not on a CMOS reset. It has to have a battery connected. The audio and video is fine. Yeah, the Mini Cooper I'm talking about. So the Mini Cooper, I guess they're notorious for having these issues in the back where the strut mounts, or the shock mounts. The shock mounts to this like bracket. The bracket has like a rubber thing in it. Well, anyway, that thing broke loose, and so it was just kind of pounding around. So I bought those new brackets. They're like $60 each. The shocks were like 120 each. So I paid like $400 for all my parts, and I changed it out. Not too fast. Not too bad. Randy, 4 months. Prime sub member, thank you for that. And Mackin, yeah, thank you for the Prime Twitch sub. That's so if you're not familiar, Prime is Amazon Prime. So you can go to Twitch, you can use your Amazon Prime account to subscribe to my channel for free, and it kicks me some money, so it's a good way to support me. Is Doc in the chat yet? I haven't seen Doc yet. Farmer, how you doing, buddy? Anyway, we have 2 minutes left. That's always good for flopping around. Whenever I fixed it, I temporarily fixed the shock mount a couple weeks ago. Whenever I took a yoga mat and stuffed it into the area, and it worked for a little bit. Got rid of some of the squeaks. Been watching YouTube delayed because you go to church. I know. Christ first. That's how we have to do it. What did you say? The video, my handsome face. Oh, Nate's handsome face. Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, right. Enough of that craziness. Vancouver, how you doing in the house? The Mini Cooper is a recent German-built one, or the original one. No, it's a 2015. So yeah, it's the BMW version of it, and 75,000 miles. And it's in good condition. The motor's good. Like I got a manual transmission, so it's easy. You know, that's not. I don't have to worry about some CVT or anything. VD, stressed man for 75 stream streak. That's crazy. 75 stream streak. Man, give this guy a cookie. Gosh. Mark just became a coolest fans member. Thank you so much. We do have a, looks like a, yeah, hype train, a level 1 hype train on Twitch right now. Whoa. We're about to go level 2. Getting hot. Thank you for that. Can just use their Prime sub. Thank you. That's helpful for me. Love the manual transmission. So that was the whole thing. Yeah, 3 pedals. And that was the whole point of even looking for this car. So it's funny because my daughter, 16, she started driving. And so we're going to have to give her a car to drive. And then we were going to be needing another car. And it was funny because both my wife and I both had manual transmissions back in the day. She used to have a Mini Cooper convertible. I used to have a BMW M Coupe, actually. And I had a Roadster at one point. This was before we had kids. And they were both manuals. And we missed them. We got rid of them for the kids. Now, circle back, full circle. Now we got this one. We didn't get the convertible though. That it's kind of hard to find a manual transmission convertible Mini Coupe that was a good price. So you know, I'm trying to pay very little for these cars. I don't want to pay a bunch of money. So, oh yeah, manual transmission is a theft deterrent. These kids these days, they don't know how to drive them cars, sticks. Yeah, it's like, what kind of thing is this made of? Hello, Floyd. How you doing? Oh no, not another teenage driver. Yeah. It's interesting watching the processing of the children, you know, when they're processing. You know how when you drive, you're processing everything. You're looking at your mirrors, you're checking your cars around you, you know all this stuff, right? So you have spatial awareness, but you're not only doing that, then you're checking like the cars in front of you, then you're checking the cars way in front of you. Like you're trying to figure out, are there red lights happening up there? Are they slowing down up there? Do we have to start slowing down right here? Do we start backing off? You know, all those types of things. And I don't see the processing going on. I don't see like a bunch of, so it's coming. It's just they have to get into these enough scary situations to know, hey, I better start double checking that part. You bought a 2003 Ram diesel with a 6-speed. That thing has a lot of power. I still have my brand new Cobra 289. Wow, that thing's cool. 6.5 Cobra. That's an awesome car. Here in South Africa, most cars are manual. is what we learned to drive with. Yes, and that's how whenever we go to Europe, we would always rent cars, and I would always end up getting a manual to rent. But now that most of them, last couple times has been a automatic transmission. And I even requested a manual, like, are you sure you want a manual? Come on. Get a dash cam for her. Ah, that's right. Okay, is that a pretty good model right there? Appreciate that, Mark. The Next Base 622W. Sounds very sophisticated. Yeah, I have never owned a dash cam. Maybe that'll be kind of interesting to have on there. Okay, did we finish our polls? Polls over. Polls closed. So the final count here is the precision is 61% on Twitch. And then it looks like the next one is 40% on YouTube for the XPS 15. So that's going to be the order we're going to be going in. What's your stream setup? Twitch is always a bit behind YouTube. So basically I use a program here. We'll pull this up here. So here's my crazy screen, but I use this program plugin right here called, how do you pronounce it? I don't know. ATM or whatever. Multi-stream. So I just press this button right here and it basically copies my stream that I have here over to Twitch. So it has to render it first and then it pushes it to Twitch. Some people will do it the other way around where they'll do Twitch as their primary and then simulcast to YouTube, but I'm doing the other way around. So it's really close though. I'm looking like, because I have a Twitch stream here and I have the YouTube stream here and it's pretty close. You know, I don't know, 3 seconds or 4 seconds or something. Okay, so 5550 wins. And that was actually the one that I was like, well, actually, they're both kind of, who knows. Okay, 5550 is partially disassembled too, so we're going to have to kind of reassemble. I did not do that. This is, again, they always go through my other tech first to determine is the motherboard repair and they can't fix it. And so it has to be kind of messed with first before it comes to me. Otherwise, I don't do regular repairs, just to clarify. So I'm just going to plug this together a little bit so we can actually see what picture we have here. Close that poll. Wait, we need to get rid of that. And close this poll. Okay. Renders to Twitch. Yeah, so there's different ways of setting up your live streams, and so I'm trying to do the most efficient way of not having like multiple. I don't need to do a bunch of different encoding, although I am encoded separately, because like if you look, well, I could show you all those settings. Basically, YouTube is using H.265 NVEC, and then the Twitch can only take H.264, and it can't be NVEC. Has to be regular. Razar, 12 months, tier 1 sub. Thank you for that, man. Thank you. All right. I'm gimping into 50 in the next few months. Oh my goodness. How do you feel? Do you feel like a strapping young lad still? I'll do an intro in a second. Let me, I got to get this together. And then we'll go through it. I just need to put a couple screws in it just to make sure this motherboard doesn't flop out. Okay, so, but the note, that's what we should read too. Okay. I think I have enough screws in there for it to be safe. Ha ha ha, 50. And I'm gonna be 46 soon. Next month, actually. Virgo. Okay, so we got that together. What music am I listening to? This is crazy. I did not put that on. Okay. All right, so, and we need Franken cable actually. Let me hook Franken cable up. So this is the only way that I can get it to work in my power meters, is Franken cable I made. I'm gonna make a new one and I have it like on my list. Do you know what, guys? I've thought about this. Let me ask you while we're here, my brain trust. Okay, y'all here? Listen, okay. I thought about doing, at least today's stream, I was going to do this instead of doing fixes. We were going to build some spike power meters. Let me see if I can pull one up here. So here's the new spike power meter design that Eb helped put the board together. And so I have one built right now, but I was going to build one of these and then design the 3D printed case on stream that goes with it, and just do one where it's just a basic case, and then we could do one that has the case with a screen in it or something like that too. But I do it live. So I don't know if you guys want to watch me design a case. I don't know if that seems interesting or not. But we could build one of these and then do that. Does anybody wants to do that? Like, I could do that next week, next Sunday. We can do it Wednesday. We can do it on a Sunday. I don't know what day to do that. I know people are here for fixing computers and diagnosing computers, but like designing stuff, I'll print it in PLA later. I don't think we can design and print it the same string because that takes a while, but we can design it. And I use SketchUp to do all my designing, which is funny because it's not really made for doing 3D prints, but I learned SketchUp so long ago and I could do it like in my head, just like boom, like really easy. So, so do y'all want to do that next Wednesday? You want me to plan on that? Make a pool. Make a pool. You love that idea. Okay. All right. Because we still have to design. We'll have to figure out like how we want the, where we want the plug to go, and if we want the box to, I mean, there's all sorts of different things. Or I could do it as a video, but I don't know. Maybe if I did as a video, it'd be a little bit more fast-paced because I can cut up a lot of the junk out of it. Joe-Yo, great video yesterday. One question about it: could the board be fixed by somehow disconnecting the charging circuit, somehow running it to a desktop? Basically, what's happening is that the one from yesterday had like a burn through the board, and so all the board layers are burned. So I messed with it more even after the video. But basically, the main power rail was shorted to the ground within the board, and then we had on the other side was 3 ohms to the battery, and it was just completely charred on the inside. There's nothing really you can do. I mean, maybe I could drill that whole area out, but you can't really. I mean, I don't know. No, because there's too many like things that's checking and trying to determine like, is this like set up right? Like, does it have like certain, like it needs to go to the power management chip and things like that. So it's not going to be able to run just by running 12 volts to the main power rail or something like that. Okay, so we have a poll up here. I want you guys to kind of vote on this real quick. So on the next Wednesday stream, would you guys like me to build a spike power meter from scratch? Hold on, let me pull out all this stuff to show you what it would be. So like, this is kind of what the circuit board would end up looking like, but they're non-stuffed boards. Here we are. So they're non-stuffed boards, so we'd have to stuff them, right? So we'd have to put all the components on it, and then we would put the ESP32 onto it, and then we would program the ESP32, and then the next phase would be to design, or we'd have to actually make a mock-up of this board inside of my 3D modeling program. And then once we have the mock-up of that, then I would go through and mock a case for it. That's all, build one of those. The thing is most of the time it's an iterative process, so even if we design one, we would print it out, make sure it fits right, maybe we have to adjust some things, move some stuff over, some tabs or something, and put the, I mean, so we want to be able to print it on the stream, I guess, but I don't know. So anyway, you can vote on that right now while we're getting going here. You can see, and something else to do, because sometimes it gets boring just doing the same old streams, I guess. But it looks like a lot of people are interested in that. Okay, interesting. I see it was 5 layers and it worked. Huh, interesting. How about building the case? Yeah, that's like, oh, you're talking about build the case out of wood or something? They're non-populated boards, yeah. So we had them printed, and then you have to stuff all the stuff. You have to put all the stuff on it. It's non-populated. So would be a no for next Wednesday, but next Sunday, wait, would no by next Sunday, because Wednesday is hard for us. So do you think Sunday is better? Yeah, because the thing is that Wednesdays are one of those days where it's like international or people who are outside the United States, it's hard to join in, right? That's why Sundays are always a bigger day for the stream. Usually get 1,500 to 2,000 people here. And then on Wednesday, we get a little less than that. So Sunday, please, Sunday, please. Okay, so, well, having interest is something what I was looking for. So right now, it looks like 80% of the people are interested in this actually happening. Here, hold on, I don't have the other one up here. I'll pull that up, sorry. We don't have, so it looks like 80% of the people are interested. So I'm gonna stop the polls real quick. And let me think about this. So Sunday. Okay, Sunday's better for me too, maybe. We'll do next Sunday instead. Does that work? Wednesday stream. It's midnight UK. Okay, let's do Sunday stream next week. I'm going to stop these polls. We don't need to sit on that. But so I'll do next Sunday. We'll do that. The thing is, on Wednesday for me, it's also I've already worked 12 hours or 8 or 12, 10 hours or whatever it is. So I'm already tired. So it's going to be hard for me to do. So we'll do next Sunday. We'll build a power meter. We'll design the case. And then maybe we'll fix the computer or something or test it out. I don't know. Whatever. Okay, so back to the repair. All right, so I set up my Franken cable to the power meter. So that's why it's sitting here at 0. You can see it says 0 because there's nothing plugged in. This isn't plugged in the machine yet. And then we're going to read the note, and then we'll do the intro. All right, the note's very simple. It's like the person knows my words. You hear this? I didn't do anything. I don't know. Design and build for Sunday. Okay, so what did you say? Put it as one of the options for the Sunday vote. Ah, there you go. Dragon Balls is smart. It's smart. The only problem is it's a lot of preparation. So I'm going to have a lot of preparation for it, making sure I have all my stuff kind of aligned, get everything kind of ready to go. So if I can plan for it, well, I guess I can plan for it regardless. All right, so here's the note. People know, they know me so well. They know me so well. Well, did I miss someone's? Messy, is there a personal details on the laptop? I don't think so. It's an asset sticker of some sort, just says computer model. No, there isn't. Thank you for checking that. Okay, so people know me so well. This is all we got. But my technician notes say that there was a spill. So the customer said no power. Super helpful. And the thing keeps spinning up and making noise. So I don't know what's going on with that. You're going to hear it. It's crazy. Like, what are you doing? I didn't do anything. It's alive. It's alive. Okay, so we're going to do a intro on this. Oh, Precision 5550. Okay. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved. And this time we have a Precision 5550. Now, this is close to like an XPS 15. This machine was sent in with just 2 words saying no power. But when my other technician opened it up, he did see signs of liquid damage. He tried to clean it up, but the machine would turn on, I guess, because right now the fan is blowing. But I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. Oh my gosh. Better the fan noise. That's right. I don't know what's going on here, but we have a laptop that the fan is spinning. The customer has a note that says no power, but I don't know. This is power for sure. 2 words, save me, save me. So, but we don't have picture. We do have it blowing full blast. Let me hold down the power button here. Now, my other technician did open this up. He did clean it already with alcohol and stuff, so maybe he fixed whatever the issue was there, but I don't know. All right, so if we plug in the power, I want to see if it actually pulls any current properly. So we're going to keep an eye on the power meter real quick. Ready? 3, 2, 1. We negotiate 20 volts, starts at 5 volts, going to go up to 20 volts. So that's whenever the PD controller, power delivery chip, communicates with the charger. And but if you look at the current, though, it's weird. It's sitting there at 0, 0. We do know the machine's obviously turning on because you can hear the fan spinning. Not getting a picture, obviously. Oh, now we're getting something. Is that pre-charge current? So pre-charge current's going to be right around that 0.23, and then it should jump up to an amp or 2 if it's going to start charging. PD controller chip is good. Although I have seen PDs on these, or the power delivery chips on these, the USB-C chips, be bad in certain directions and on certain ports, and so therefore it gives you that false sense of it being good. But what is it doing? I don't even know if it's pulling. I mean, 4 watts is nothing. 4 watts is nothing. Okay, and I just moved it, and it reset. So the port is flaky. I'm going to go to this inner port. Okay, that port's doing nothing. Let me try it again. That port's doing nothing. Let me flip it over. So remember, we have a USB-C as a symmetrical port, so you can actually flip it and do it the other direction. But what you end up having sometimes is that the power pin, so basically a positive on this side, negative on this side, and when you flip it, you're doing it like that. You'll have it where this setup is shorted, but these aren't, or you'll have the CC1 line which tells you which direction it is in, will be shorted one way or the other. But we're still pulling 0.23 on this other port when I flipped it. But I'm going to flip it back, and we're in the second port here, and that one's doing nothing. So we have a situation where we're a short on one way, or it's not working. I'm going to run this one both ways now. Wait, the back one. Yeah, this is the back port now. So that way's doing that same current draw, and then flip it over, and that one's doing the same current draw. Okay. Now we'll come over to this one. There's only one on this side. Okay, if I wiggle it, oh yeah, so like if I keep it up like that, it's good, but if I hold it down, it just resets. So it's not completely messed up. And then it doesn't work, yeah, it works that way. And we got screen now. Okay, see how I play the game? There's 3 ports, 6 combinations, and then look, we have picture, I can't believe we fixed it. It's me, Mario. I don't know why I'm talking like that, but so we'll see if this actually goes anywhere or materializes. There's definitely some sort of crazy issue with this thing. Now I'm paying attention to the current while we do this because we have 1.3 and then went to 1.7. Yeah, whatever it takes. Next, it's fixed. We have nothing to worry about. Did I really start speaking like an Italian plumber? Hello from Sweden. Hello there, Mark. Okay, so I don't know if it's physical port issue or not. A lot of times we have PD issues, so what I want to see if we can actually get through a BIOS reset or CMOS reset with this. Why was it also coming on and turning off by itself with no picture? Right, so think about that. And then liquid damage. Is there still liquid damage on the board? Romanian versus Italian text. Oh, that's right. Soren versus Luigi. All right, so what do we think we should do? I can let it sit here for a while or what? It's not doing anything. This isn't, until we get the secured by Dell BIOS, this machine hasn't posted. I can tell you right now, I can get this screen on this machine by taking, even with the RAM out of the machine. Bad CPU? No, I don't think so. Gets the Dell screen only is what the note was from my technician, but not from the note of their note. Their note says no power. So it looks frozen. All right, and the current is not totally flatline though. I'm interested to see, let me take the battery out, unplug the battery, and see if the current changes. I'm going to leave it on though, because Crazy Nate does stuff with it on all the time. Although I have to unplug it for a second. It's running on the battery. Take this bottom off. I'm going to plug it back in. Okay, we got current draw. Now I'm going to unplug the battery with it on. What I'm trying to see is if it actually is flatlined or if that's a battery charge. Oh, okay. Visual inspection and BIOS check of the battery charging. Okay, so did you see it stayed on for a little bit and then shut off? Is it going to come back on? I'm trying to figure out if it's running off the battery or not, or if it's actually charging. You see it's still moving around a lot though. All right, my diagnosis is this thing's bad. There's something wrong with it. There's something wrong with it. All right, let's open it up and take a look inside. I just want to look around and see if we see anything obvious. Let's get it on the microscope. It is an OEM battery. It's a low watt-hour battery though, so this is only a 3-cell versus a 6-cell. Great diagnosis, I know. We did it. The brain trust, we did it. All right, so let's just get on the microscope and just kind of do a little gander around the board here. All right, so where was the liquid damage, you ask? I have no idea. Let me see if I can read my tech notes. See a little furriness going on here. Furry, furry. Let me see what his notes say. Sometimes he's not the most detailed with the stuff like that. Says, looking at the system, it starts turning on, the fans blast at full. I get the Dell logo, and it restarts the process. After going around going to the other USB port, one of them shorts out the charger. I might have got this one mixed up. This isn't the one with the spill. That's right, this one doesn't have a spill. All right, so it was the other laptop, the XPS 15, that had the spill. So I don't know why I got that in my head. Anyway, so this one doesn't have a spill. But they said that it basically would get that Dell logo and shut off. So that's exactly the symptom we're getting. So yeah, it could be BIOS related. It could be, I don't know. I think PD controller still, if we have something weird. I'm going to pull the board out. I just want to look around everywhere on the board, if you don't mind. There shouldn't be any corrosion because I was wrong. There's so many computers. When there's so many computers, your brain just kind of messes up. Plus, the other machine looks just like this one. EC chip, ooh, EC chip. It gets reprogrammed when you turn it on, so I don't think it would be an EC chip issue because these are programmed by the BIOS. But I don't think it's, I mean, I guess it could be a BIOS issue because the BIOS also interacts with the PD controllers too. So we could have that. Yeah, he cheated. No cheating around loud here. Let me pull out their SSD, if there is even an SSD in here. The CPU has left the chat. Okay, RAM sticks are still in there. We're gonna let them ride. Let them go for a ride. So you're thinking USB controller. Do we still have a vote up there? Okay, something is wrong with it. Concur? Yes, 95% of the population of our chat, 100%. So someone doesn't think there's something wrong with this thing. Who is that? Who is the 6% that says there's nothing wrong with this thing? Oh, you guys are so silly. You're such a silly crowd. Again, I'm speaking like I'm like Mario or Luigi. I don't understand. All right, so I'm going to peel this sticker off. Actually, before we do that, let's look around and see if we see any burnt spots. Sometimes we'll see the signs of a burn on this plastic cover, and then that will be like our little heat spot. Is that something? I don't know. That might be something right there. We will see, because it does look a little suspicious right there. So let's see what's underneath that. Nothing is right there, so it's not that. And that's nothing either. Okay, so let's peel this off now. Thermal view. When we plug it in, we're going to go thermal. I'll tell you. I'll say. Oh, now I'm speaking like the foghorn. Okay. All right, so let's just look around real quick. Now, you're going to see a bunch of this goop stuff or stickies. This is all sticky. So when you see that, don't worry about it. Ignore it. What's this? Nothing. I redid my polarizer recently, and now it's all messed up. You see how it's still reflective? That's the best I can get is right there. I bought another light because my light, I keep going through lights because they burn up really quick, all the LEDs. And so right now, it still has a lot of reflections. What is this stuff? There's no LLM on this one. The board looks brand new. This is all sticky stuff from the sticker. This is the back of the CPU here. It's just more just stuff. Sure do wish I didn't get this mixed up with the other one, thinking it was a liquid damage. All right, that was the EC chip. I forgot to tell you that. This is the 3 volt and 5 volt power rails. This is going to be the chip that controls both of those. This is the audio, I think. These are the guys that actually control the SSD power. And that's the power management chip. 9538CH. Pretty good. And here's some of our USB-C ports. Remove the RAM or SSD. I still have the RAM in here. I mean, we can take the RAM out, but it's not going to hurt anything right now. We're not doing anything crazy. All right, so 3 volt power rail, 5 volt, 1.2. Wait, what is that? Let's see. The this is DDR5. It actually runs off the big DDR5, or 5 volt. So I don't know what that one would be. 1.8 maybe? Anything? Wait a minute. Oh my gosh. Okay, I need to take a break here. This is annoying to me. I'm like looking at this board, and again, I'm getting it mixed up with that other computer. Oh, so this is a Precision 5550, and I keep saying that it's, I'm thinking it's the 9530, which is that original one that has a spill on it. The 9530 runs on, it has to have a battery installed to run. This one does not, because this is not a 9530 equivalent, because it's the same boards on these things. So when the chipset's here, and we have that extra power rail, that power rail actually powers the RAM. This is a 1.2 for the DDR4, because this is either a 9500 or 9510 motherboard. I need to just delete that other laptop from my head right now. I need to stop it. Okay, I need to hydrate. Hydrate with some coffee. Is that good enough? All right, so now that I know what computer I'm working on, it will help a lot. I guess. Oh, brain fog, man! You guys really can say things at the exact same time. It's like that you're on the same account. Todd and Liquid. Look at that. The green drink of the day is actually really disgusting flavored. Celery, cucumber, spinach, romaine, kale, lime, and parsley. There's nothing sweet in this. It tastes really bad, which means it must be good. It's the poison ivy. It goes straight to my head. The poison ivy on my arm. This does not taste good. Okay. All right, now we're back. All right, so here's the thing. This machine can actually run on the off the charger. We don't need it actually to be have a battery installed, which is great. Sloth just sent a gifted membership. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. All right, so I'm going to plug this in again. I just want to see what current we're getting and seeing if it goes past that 0.23. It was really weird. So it should start up. Sun baking, not good for the brain. Probably. Probably. Yeah, I spent a lot of time in the sun yesterday. All right, well, now that we have that plugged in, the machine should be starting up at the higher than 0.2. I just want to measure around and just see what voltages we're getting. Now, I do declare, I do think that the machine was probably getting that Dell screen off the battery. Because once we actually had the machine turning on and getting that Dell screen, and then we unplugged the battery, it shut off and went back to this stupid voltage. That's not the correct voltage. It should be an amp or two or something like that. Do we have our meter up? Okay. All right, so let's just see if we have voltages. 3 volt or 5 volt, 3 volt. We got those, and then our we have a 1.8 over here, I think, right? I think it's hidden underneath there. That's not working. We're gonna go thermal. I want to go thermal. I need to go thermal. I desire to go thermal. Wheatgrass is already a thing. Or I remember you used to take wheatgrass shots. I remember that. Yeah, there was a place I used to go to that had wheatgrass shots. Oh gosh, it tastes like I was eating lawnmower clippings. But supposedly it was good for you? I don't know. What do you think? Has anybody else taken a wheatgrass shot before? No 1.8. I gotta find the 1.8. I'm pretty sure it's under this heatsink. Let me just pull the heatsink off. It's gone plaid. No, no, no. It's only worse kind of algae. Oh, it's algae? No, it looks like grass. And wheatgrass. I don't know why it's called wheatgrass, but we're gonna get this thing out of here. If we can find the 1.8, then we can get it. I think it's under here somewhere. Gosh, this thing is nasty. Let me get rid of some of this fuzz. Oh, the chipset's burning hot. Or something over here is burning hot. Might just have a bad chipset. Oh, I didn't get to show you this. Look at this. This is something I pulled out of somebody's laptop. I had to pre-clean the laptop before I started. And the laptop was so dirty on the outside. It had like fur in the screen and like all over the keyboard. And then I took the thing apart, and this was inside. This is what I collected out of it. Now I'll touch my face. Fur is murder. That's a good one. Fur is murder. All right, let's go thermal. Let's kind of figure out exactly what type of heat signature we're getting out of this machine. This is where the chipset is. There's also some power management chip stuff here. So the power management chip's on the other side of the board, but this also creates the charging circuit. But I'm going to go ahead and plug in the charger and see if the CPU does fire at all. CPU is right here. So we are getting 0.2, and we are getting a lot of heat over here. Yeah. And that's the chipset that's getting hot. There's our power management chip that's getting hot. Is our EC chip on? Our EC chip is on. That's that. This is probably the other PD controller. That's the other PD controller right there, but that's not even hot. What about this PD controller? This PD controller does not look hot. Let's see how hot that chipset is, because that looks like it's hot. We may have a case of a bad chipset, which is very rare on this machine, actually. Rough night. Just got here. Yeah, all that hair is my hair. It just fell out. All right, let me pull this off of here. I hate the way these little guards are on here. Okay. I'm just going to take a look and make sure we don't... We could just have like a shorted capacitor over here or something. That would be nice. Anything burned? Anything? That inductor looks a little weird. Does this inductor look weird? I mean, it looks... It's just an inductor, though. It inducts, you know? So basically here we have the 20 volts comes from the PD controller, comes over here, goes through that inductor. It's going to put 20 volts on this side of this MOSFET here, and this one's going to pulse and produce 12.6 for this area. The board's going to run off at 12.6, and then it's going to use this. This is a comeback MOSFET that makes the power come off the battery and run the board. This is the one that sends it to the board. So I don't know if that's burned or not. And you know, one thing we didn't check to see if we actually have a short on the main power rail or anything, because we have the 3 volt and 5 volt, but it's kind of strange the way that this thing is acting. But we did get that Dell screen, so it doesn't mean like, it doesn't make sense to have a short, that's why. I'm just gonna check. So I always just check these guys. Gotta wait for it to charge up the capacitor, so we don't have it short on the main power rail. So that's good. All right. And let's just check the chipset, make sure we don't have a short on the chipset. Got 4 ohms on the chipset. 4 ohms on the chipset, people. Right there on that one. There's our 4 ohms again. So we either have a shorted chipset. We have 0.5 on this one. Okay. All right. Sven, 4 months, coolest fan members. Thank you so much for that. Okay, I'm going to plug it into the thermal camera. I'm pretty sure our chipset's blown. Sorry to tell you. But here it is. Here's our chipset. I'm going to plug it in. 3, 2, 1. The thing is pretty spicy. Chipset's at... Are we pulling more current, though? Maybe it's because we don't have a heatsink on there. Ooh, that's hot. Yeah, the chipset's not supposed to get hot like that. Make sure we don't have anything else getting warm here. Okay, do we have our GPUs coming on? Did our GPU power up for a second? All right, I'm going to plug the battery back in. I want to see what it does with the battery. Because it was pulling more current and it was blowing fans. It was actually getting picture with the battery. So let's see if that does something. So battery's plugged in now. Yeah, touch it and see if it burns you. It's a good concept. I should have learned that when I was a Neanderthal, right? Okay, is it going to power on? Yeah, this isn't looking good. Now, I want to inject some voltage onto the chipset to see if the chipset's getting hot or something else that's powering the chipset is getting hot, but I think we probably just had a bad chipset. Although, I mean, it's like, it's hot. Why is it so spicy? It's a spicy meatball. But the CPU is not coming on at all, if you notice. So when we had a picture before, it didn't even have anything to do with the CPU. It must have been coming out of the chipset, if anything. But here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I want to do. I want to inject voltage on one of these capacitors that are shorted. So we have a couple different areas that are shorted. So we have 4 ohms on these, right? 4 ohms there. And then we had a half ohm somewhere, right? So here's a half ohm. So we can inject voltage here on the half ohm. If the core gets hot, oh, sorry. So we got a half ohm on this capacitor. If we inject voltage here and the core gets hot, then we know it's the shorted in the core. And then we also have 4 ohms on these. So if we inject it here and it gets hot, sometimes I'll see where it's actually a capacitor somewhere else, or it's a power rail somewhere else. Like this right here is 0.5, so we can actually inject it here. It could be even over here on this. This is what powers that, but there's also multiple, there's like 3 different power rails that go to the chipset. Let's just do that, and then we'll probably have to just like, it's probably no good. I think the short is inside the chip itself. That's what I'm thinking. It's kind of a weird one though, because I've never seen a chipset go out on these. They do run hot, the chipset, so that's why they have a heatsink on it, but BIOS, the BIOS isn't coming on. Yeah, we could check that, but if we have physical shorts, then we know that it's a physical thing, not a firmware thing. At least that's my thought. You can just throw it in the trash, move on. Okay, so we have, I'm just doing 1 volt, so I'm not even going to show it to you. We're doing 1 volt into that 0.5, and it's heating up the core. And then I'm going to do that other area that was 0.4, and that's the edge. You see that? So if I heat up, oops, I need to get right on it, sorry. So 4 ohms, and you see how it's heating up just the edge of that core? So that is bad news. Bad news. Now, basically what I'm diagnosing this as is a bad shorted chipset. It's internally shorted. Now, these things do have a heatsink on it that keeps it cool, but most likely that's what's going on. I don't know. I don't know if there's any solution to this besides changing out the chipset, which probably isn't practical on this machine. I don't know how much these boards are. I assume they're sub $500 at this point, but we will see. Let's see what comes up. So I've sold one in the past. I don't have it in stock, but for $399. So not the worst, you know, and it might even be less than that now. And it has like a 10th gen. So this is like a 2020 laptop. So it's about 6 years old at this point too. So this is the same type of board that I have on at the computer I use at home. Oh, feels bad, man. Yeah, so that one's just gonna be a shorted chipset. That's what we can do. Unless you guys want me to do something for science. Change the chipset for science, we can do it. I'll do it. Should we do a vote? You guys want me to change the chipset out on this thing? If we take the chipset off, we can see if the shorts are all gone. So we just started a poll, or we will start a poll. There it is. The poll's there. So if you want me to swap the chipset right now, it kind of can be long and boring, just to let you know, because it takes a while for it to heat up and ramp up. It could be, I mean, it's easier to take it off. Reballing the new one's gonna be the pain, and then, oh, I might be out of balls actually. Darn it. Hold on, let me see. I know I ordered more balls. I have different sizes, but I'm out of 0.3 size balls, and I don't know what that stencil uses. Let me see if I can find it. Before you guys are excited. Oh no, what do we start? Let me make sure I have the balls first before I like promise something. The balls. The balls. Is this it? Available on eBay for $180 to $350. So there you go. So yeah, the board's gonna be sub $350. Yeah, so that's probably closer to what I'd be able to sell for later or now, because the price that I had was the last time I had it. But is this it? I cannot remember which chipset it is. Let's see what chipset it is. What chipset are you? There it is. It's an SRH17. SRH17. I need to figure out which stencil that is. SRH17 stencil. Okay. So I need the SR40B stencil, if you see right here. So that's what I need to look for. SR40B stencil. And then I'll figure out what balls it takes and all that stuff. So it's not that one. I got stacks of stencils here. But I know I'm out of balls. All right, so here we go. What was that, 408? SR408. That's funny. Mine says 408, and this one says 40B. I don't know if that's the same thing or not. But I'm pretty sure this is the same stencil. What do you think? Looks about the same. All right, so we're going to call this the stencil. Now the size of the balls say 0.32. I know for a fact if I put 0.3s in here, that won't work. So I have 0.25s. Let me make sure I have enough balls. I have some 0.25s. Am I out? 0.25s? I have no idea. I can't see what you're chatting right now. Sorry. I will get with you in a second. I'll be there in a moment. Crazy pattern. That's a crazy pattern. Here, I'll pull this up like this. So basically, if you're new to this, the way these 0.3 will not work. It's weird. They just clog up the hole. So here's a chipset right here. So if you're not familiar with the way things work, we have BGA. So this is a ball grid array. So it's a bunch of balls underneath the chip. And so what we have to do is when we pull a chip off a donor board, we're going to have to reball that chip to put it on there. So we basically have to take all the solder off, and then we have to have a pattern that we set on top of there. We'll drop little solder balls in there, and then we'll melt it onto the chip, and then that will actually get the chip ready to install. And that, for me, is the hardest part because I always have issues getting the balls to align properly. So here's 0.2. Okay, so 0.25s. I think I have enough. Yeah, I say we have enough. Okay. And it looks like 75% of the people want to do it. So there's a certain number of this. It could get boring. That's the only problem I'm having. So I'll try to keep it as entertaining as possible. The other thing is that there's plenty of room for mistakes to happen because I don't do this on a daily basis. So I'm not going to be perfect at it at all. Try a reflow. It's shorted. That's the problem. I'll do a reflow on it, like if it's inconsistently starting up or something like that, but I don't see it. Messy, lots of work for pretty cheap motherboard replacement. That's true, but we're doing it for science. So that would be the only other side to that. So people are voting to do it for science, not for the actual sake of, saving the motherboard. Now, we could just remove it to see if it goes away, the short goes away. That's the other side of that, because, when we're working on something and we're diagnosing it, there's two shorts here, right? So we have 0.5 and then we have a 4 ohm short going into this chipset, right? So if we inject voltage there, then we end up getting it heating up in the core. So therefore, it leads us to believe that we do have a bad chipset itself, okay? But is it the cause? I don't know. We believe in you. If it doesn't go away, then we just move on. So I'd say taking it off would be a step just to take it off. What's worth? The board's worth less than what we're doing it for. I was going to charge $250 for the repair, but it's worth. We looked them up on eBay. They're $180. Well, $180 seems a little cheap for them, but I would say they're more like $250 to $350 for the board. It would be more practical. The 180 is probably some crappy board from China or something. So you got to watch out. It's a customer's laptop. Or we just move on to the next laptop. So option one, right now y'all are saying 75% of the people are saying that they want to see this happen. And that's interesting. So the idea would be we would take this off, see if the shorts are gone. And if the short is gone, then we have to pull another board. And usually I do the other board first, is generally how I do it. So I'll pull the other board, pull the chipset off to have it prepped. And then whenever I pull this one off, see if the short's gone, to put a new one on. Oh my gosh, you're making me exhausted thinking about this. This is going to take the rest of the stream, I can tell already. I don't know. I don't know if I want to do this, actually. Let me explain this to you. If I had a chipset in my hand that was already pre-balled, ready to go, let's do it, baby. The fact that you have to pull one off another board and re-ball it first, that's the part that I don't like. Let's vote again and change it. People change their mind. Okay, start the vote over again. So we're going to end the vote. All right. All right, so we're going to do the vote all over again. Do we want to make me spend the whole rest of the stream to do this? Now, just taking this chipset off for science, I don't mind doing that, because that doesn't take very long. You're about as excited to do this as I am to do this. That's right. That's right, nobody. That's right. It happens sometimes like that. So, okay, so no please, move on. Okay, cool. All right, I think that's probably the smarter thing. But you can kind of get the whole idea of why a lot of times it's not practical. Now, chipsets are the only thing I will change out sometimes on boards. Is I'll do chipsets, and I usually, so far I've only had like 25% success rate, I think, maybe a little higher, but it's not cut and dry because we have issues that maybe extend further than what's going on. And this board's not very much. It would have just been for fun. Okay, we don't need to see that. No science today? Really? Oh, we'll have science. All right, let's go over to the next one. Too bad this wasn't a fix. I couldn't save this laptop. Okay, so we're going to go to the next one. The next on the agenda, it goes by the name of a 9530 that has no power after someone spilled something on the board. Why am I talking like this? Mr. Finkelstein. This one's partially taken apart too. Exciting. Exciting and new. Let me make sure this thing's together enough. Battery's unplugged. All right, so we want to go through the symptoms of this one too before we start. And because somebody else looked at this already, we got RAM, we don't have any fans. Let me put some fans in here. Dell screen appears with a bad core. Dell screen appears all the freaking time. It's like it's written into something. You could take the RAM out. CPU does not come on. You can have it where I don't know where it's getting loaded from, but it's getting loaded from somewhere. Yeah, it's pretty weird. Nate has a chip on his shoulders. Yeah, it's a PCH chip. That's what I have on my shoulders. Read the paper. I will. Let me put a couple screws in here. Yeah, dance monkey. Get that paper. Read it. Read that paper. Oh gosh. LCD BIOS? Anyone? I don't know if it's in the LCD either. Okay, keyboard's not plugged in. Okay. Okay, I think we got enough screws. I'll plug in the battery just so we have that. All right, we're starting from ground zero, from nothing. All right. What does it say? For science, could we just figure out where the Dell logo comes from? Nobody. I'm there with you. I'm sure we can ask AI and they'll give us some sort of answer. Okay, so this one is an XPS 9530, and this is their note. Does not power on after spilling a glass of water on it. Ali, thank you for the 14 cents cheer. Appreciate it. I know what the problem is. There's no gas in it. All right, so this is a simple, very cut and dry, cause and effect type of situation. The customer said that it did not, or they spilled some water on it and no longer turns on. All right, so let's do it, shall we? XPS 9530. So it's a 2023 laptop. These boards are a lot more expensive, probably $800 to $1,000. when we can find them. They're very hard to find. I always have to buy machines. Uh-oh. Microphone fell down. Can y'all still hear me? The microphone fell off. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved. And this time we have an XPS 9530. Now this is from circa 2023. The customer spilt a glass of water on it, no longer powers on. So this could be something that could be fixable or not fixable. I don't know. I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. Don't know. Hey, Thrill just gifted a sub. Thank you very much. Thanks for that gifted sub. CN just got 30 days of commercial-free viewing on Twitch. I appreciate it. All right, so first thing I want to do is see if it turns on. It shouldn't turn on. If we have a spill and no power is a, description, then we should have no power. But let's pull up the power meter, and I'll reset it so we know exactly how much current is being pulled. And we'll plug in the power, 3, 2, 1. So it is negotiating 20 volts. First thing I notice, it starts at 5 volts, jumps up to 20 volts. It means that the PD controller and the charger are communicating. They're talking. They're having a handshake. But we are not getting any current getting pulled because 0.03, 0.04 is not enough to start this laptop. Now, if it's going to charge the battery, it should jump up to about 230 milliamps and then jump up and start charging. We don't have a screen. We don't have anything. Dell logo comes from the BIOS or UEFI according to AI. Well, there you go. So these machines will display a Dell screen even with RAM uninstalled, and so that is something that's being loaded directly from the firmware of the BIOS, the BIOS. Okay, so here's what I want to do is we're going to go ahead and, well, I'll try one other port just in case, but I think that we're probably not getting anything, especially if we had a spill on the board. Now, my other tech did open it up and clean the board with alcohol and determine that the board doesn't power on, but there was some sort of liquid damage on the board. But let's go ahead and open it up and take a look inside. We haven't seen an XPS in a while. All right, and the bottom is off. All right, take a quick look around. We have the main battery. It is the 6 watt hour, the 6 cell 86 watt hour battery. It is OEM. We do have 2 sticks of DDR5 installed. The chipset's actually built on the CPU on this one, so it's a little different. And we don't, the battery is plugged in. I'm going to unplug it. And that's about it. So on these machines, we have a situation where if there was a spill, it needs to take the power and distribute it through a, basically it takes 20 volts and turns it into 12.6 volts, and that's what powers everything. I'm going to plug this back in again with the battery unplugged. I want to see if it does a CMOS reset, which will power it on. No, it doesn't. Now, I can also go and grab a test battery that's charged up, which that's what I want to do, and see if it powers on with the battery, with a test battery, because if we have a power management chip issue, it means it can't take that 20 volts and produce the 12.6, but if you just put 12.6 on there from a battery, you can get it to power on a lot of times. So that's what we're going to see if we can get to happen, if I can find the test battery. There it is. No, wait, wrong one. Here we go. All right, so we have a test battery that is charged, so the machine theoretically should power on even with a bad power management chip for the most part with one of these. So we're going to try that. Power button's not plugged in though. Do you think there's a short? Should we check for shorts before I start just willy-nilly plugging in charged batteries and stuff? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Any pics of the corrosion? That's a good question. I don't think so. Usually he does take a picture on his phone, so I would have to message him and he could send it to me. Or he's watching the stream right now and he needs to send it to me. Harris, send me the pictures now. Dance, monkey, dance. All right, power button's plugged in. I just want to try this out real quick. We should check for a short first. Well, these batteries have protections. We'll see. All right, so are we getting any power? Still get nothing. All right. What's the chip under your hand? Do I have a chip under my hand? The chip under the right of your desk. This? It's a piece of, I think it's that piece of that film that we took off on the last one. It's not really a chip, it's just a piece of, I don't know, papery type of stuff. Are we good? Yeah, I think we're fine. Let's measure to see if we do have a short somewhere, because there's nothing going on. Go Power Rangers. I remember Power Rangers. What a weird show. All right, so I'm going to just test it. I'm going to start probing probe some stuff, see if we have a short somewhere. This is going to be the 12.6 that charges the battery. Here's our 5 volt. Breathe. 20, 30. It's going up though. That's really low on our 5 volt. We should be in the kilo ohms, so that's not good. And 3.3 is at 200 and going up. Okay. Well, are we going to get another no fix? All right, so what I'm kind of like being dramatic about is that the 3 volt and 5 volt should not measure that, okay? And so when we're measuring something very, very low like that on a 5 volt power rail, and now it's going up, but still 60 ohms is pretty freaking low. But the 5 volt power rail and 3.3 is measuring infinite now, but the 5 volt's still measuring 67. And so that actually goes through all the chips on the board and powers those chips. And so there's a chip somewhere on the board that is partially shorted. Hooray! And so we're gonna have a hard time trying to identify that, but we're gonna do our best. But I'm gonna go ahead and pull the board out. Another chipset, I hope not, because the chipset's built onto the GPU or CPU on this one, so it's a little bit harder to identify. You can't sit there and just measure capacitors on the chipset itself because they don't exist. And when things don't exist, it's hard to measure them. More cowbell. What this laptop needs is more cowbell. And we have a short. I can't believe. Let me test the main power rail, actually. I did not do that. Let's measure right around here. Okay, what about this side? Wait for it. There we go. Infinite. All right, so it looks like it's our 5 volt. And look, our 5 volt now is up to 228 ohms. Something's weird. Something's a little fishy. Unplug some stuff here. Now what is it up to? Oh, now it's infinite? You gotta be kidding me. I don't know. Here, let me just go to resistance only. Okay, now we're at 250 ohms. Is that K or megs? Yeah, so 250 K or ohms. Still low. Good morning. Thank you for the cheer there. Mule. All right, I'm going to pull this motherboard out because we're not going to be able to do much with it installed. Now, I don't know exactly what's going on because we have a situation where we're getting different measurements. So it could be a shorted cap. I think it's a partially shorted chip or something like that is what I'm thinking. But neither one of those power rails should actually have a measurement that's low like that. We should be in the kilo ohms for sure. I can grab a donor board just to show you. So here's another 9530. And if we do the exact same measurement that we were doing, we should see something a lot higher. So this is 6.3K ohms, so 6,300 ohms, and then this one is 2,000 ohms, right? So if we come back over here, this one's 270 ohms. See how it says K ohms, but it's point, so you just move the decimal point over, 270 ohms, which is really low versus the other one, and then this one's 700 ohms. So definitely a lot lower than it should be. So we know that we have some sort of short here. Gonna be one of those impossible things to actually inject voltage and find, but I wanna find where the liquid damage is. Harris, if you're watching right now, send me the pictures of where the liquid damage is, please. You can just IM it to me. I'm gonna pull that cover off and we can look around. I'm gonna pull the heatsink off too. We just need to get down in here. I'm irritated. I don't like when I have measurements like that because it's so hard to actually find stuff. And in order to, you have to inject enough voltage in order to find the actual shorted component until you have an issue, until you can see the heat. So we'll see. Take that off. Plus these boards are prone to having issues and it drives me crazy. But liquid damage on top of it. This is actually the board that does burn up the GPU. I go through a couple of these a month where the GPU actually melts itself because they put a 4060 on this thing, and so these will end up melting. That's just sticky that's sitting on there. but this one's not melted here. That's good. Okay, our 1.8. Well, there's our problem. What do you think, guys? Physical inspection wins again. Okay, so we found our issue. And it smells delicious. Now I'm hoping that this is going to solve the issue. And this latch just fell off. This latch just fell off. I was like, this thing looks like it's on here a little crooked. Let's see if I can get this back on here. Is there corrosion in there too? Oh, it looks like it was broken. You can see part of it was like broken off in there. I don't want to have to change this thing out. Okay, I guess I'll have to change this connector out too. I have more of these. Hooray! Yeah, look at all this corrosion coming out of here too. You can see it in there, right there. Right there. Okay, well let's make the board work and then we'll deal with that. Sound good? All right, so this I believe is a 1.8 power rail on this. I cannot remember exactly, but I think it is. And so here's our GPU. This is going to be our VRAM 1.8, and then this is the PWM that controls the GPU MOSFETs. No, this is the GPU MOSFETs. What do we got? We need a comparison for the missing components. Yeah, so let me just be, I'll tell you what I think it is before we do it, okay? That way we can figure out if I'm right. I believe, I do declare, that we have 20 volts coming in here. I believe this was an inductor that melted, and then this chip right here shorted into a crack. That's what I believe. I do declare. But, and this looks fixable to me, but is this shorted now? Let me look on the other side of the board. And I don't see anything coming out the other side of the board, so we might be fixable. Okay, let me grab a test board or a donor board so we can take a look. So if we want to compare those two, we have that explosion, and this is what it was. Okay. We have two inductors going across, and so 20 volts here, comes here, 20 volts. This is a capacitor to ground, two different frequencies basically to filter out. So 20 volts comes in here, and then outputs, I think it's a 1.8. But if we look over here, we have the same setup, except, let's see. Oh wait, so this board is different. This board's different actually. You can see these are further back. So whatever it is over here that isn't here. Let me grab a different board. Let me find one that's a little bit closer. Luckily I have stacks of boards. Luckily. I don't know if that's a lucky thing or not. Does that mean this is a problem? It's a BAA chip. BAA, bah. Is this it? No, that's not it either. Is this it? No, sir. Don't like it at all. One of these days I'll find it. Ah, is this it? Let's see. There it is. Same setup, just a different location of the inductors. So we have two inductors here. So this is where the 20 volts is coming in. It energizes this pad with the 20 volts across there. But obviously we had a short on this side, right? We obviously had a short. It's either one of these or that went short. And so then these inductors blew up almost like a fuse. Okay? Is that the chip right there? We luckily have a board right here that has the chip, the BAA chip. So we will just steal that one. Too much power. That's right. Too much power for all the spills. Now we're gonna do our physical inspection all the way around the board though. So that's our one thing we're addressing there. And I think we're gonna be able to fix that. And I'm hoping that this chip is what's causing that 5-volt power rail to act a little funny. Do you think shorted cap is what it was? A lot of times it is when we have that issue. Let's see if that cap looks shorted. Can you tell? Does it look shorted? Can't see if it has a crack in it or not. Can't tell. What would be interesting is if we could take off, because it's going to be one of these two caps, if we take this off and the short's still there, and if we take it like one by one, let's do that actually. I'm going to take off these components. If you think, okay, this is time for you to shine. If you think this is what's shorted to ground, put 1 in the chat. If you think this is what's shorted to ground, 2 in the chat. If you think this little capacitor right here is what's shorted to ground, put 3 in the chat. All right, and I'm just going to clean that off, and I'm going to remove these one by one, and we'll test each time. And let me make sure that we have a short to ground actually before I say anything. So we should have a short to ground right here. Yep, we do. So 0.7 to ground. And this is 0.18, so this thing is shorted to ground also. All right, so everyone has their votes in there while you're doing it, and I'm just going to start taking them off. I'm hoping this thing is shorted internally to ground, so what we got? Ones, we have a couple 2s and 3s. Ones. A lot of 1s. We got some 6, 7s. Always 6, 7s coming in. So I'm going to take this chip off first. So remember, we had 0.7 on this side, and then we have 0 basically on this side. And we're hoping to resolve both of those by taking this chip off. All of the above. All of the above. Could be a solder bridge. I don't know about that. 1 plus 1. 1 plus 1 plus 1. That's your answer, huh? 3.14. All right, so we got this chip off of here. The bat chips. Hello, bat chips. All right, now we're going to retest just for fun. So, okay, no short there. Do we have a short here? Please, no short here. Please, please, please. Still hot, still hot. I'm not giving it to it yet. Come on, it's still hot. Come on, move, move, move. No. Sorry, quick question. You usually use Whiskey Tango over RA. I use RA over Whiskey Tango usually. So the one I'm using right now is an RA. But I know Lead Farmer uses Whiskey Tango. So I don't know. The difference isn't big enough for me. I think one has more acid than the other. All right, so right now we're still seeing a short right here. So PL1601. Let me pull up the board view. I think we're another freaking fracker. Another freaking fracker. So what I'm complaining about is that we did resolve the short in this area. So this explosion, there's a short, right? So it exploded this chip. These are not shorted because there's no short here. So that didn't have the issue. I mean, we have carbon here, so I mean, we can clean the carbon off if you want, but I mean, this is not, we have an issue. It might be a VRAM issue. Maybe this powers the VRAM. I don't think it does though. All right, let me test it again. Clean the carbon and then dwell. 10. Like this is the main power rail. This is 20 volts or 12.6 actually. 12.6 coming across here. So, and there's no short, right? No short. 4.4 mega ohms. 0.1. Okay, we're gonna look at that anyway. Let me let's pull up the board view and schematic real quick. I just want to see what we have. Oh, I'm irritated. So this is a LA663P. Okay, so we have the board pulled up here, and we're going to look exactly in the same area that we're in. I want to make sure we're in the same orientation we are. And so we were looking at this inductor is being shorted. It's the 1.8. Is there a feedback here? So we have a cap here to ground. So I guess we could have a short there. If this exploded in this area, these are the two inductors that exploded, and then this chip we took off, there's a chance that we could have this capacitor is shorted. So that's good to know. And what about this side? This side goes to this stuff on the back, some more capacitors, and we have a jumper. So we can isolate it. We can undo the jumper here and figure out which side it's shorted on. Yeah, let's do that. So I'm going to take that jumper off of there. And so that's going to be PJP, what, 1600. So I flipped over the board, and on the back side of the board we have PJP 1600. So if I unhook this, it will isolate that inductor power rail to the device that it's trying to power, all the devices. And that way we can figure out if we have a short, on which side is it shorted on, right? Is it the production side or the side that's actually using it? If it's the 1.8 prim, then we have another bad chipset. 2 chipsets, So, hooray. Hooray. And these boards are expensive. So this board would be worth it to change the chipset on, except it's built onto the CPU. Okay, so is everyone on board with what I'm doing? Or does everyone understand what I'm doing? Because this is kind of, I know sometimes I kind of go back and forth all over the place. So I'm just going to recap. So we have the main power rail here, 12.6, came across 2 inductors, energized this pad here. This chip ended up blowing up. We thought it could have been one of these, but this chip ended up blowing up. We were measuring 0 ohms on this side and 0.7 on this side. We took this chip off. Now we have a good measurement there. Okay, so we're not shorted anymore on the 12.6, which is our main power rail. But now we still have a 0 ohm short on this 1.8 inductor, and if we follow that, it actually comes and connects to this jumper pad here. Now this jumper pad is a way for us to isolate one side of the pad to the other, isolate what it's connected to, and makes it where we can figure out which side is actually shorted. And so we're about to figure out right now. Deep breath, deep breath. I'm hoping this side's shorted, not this side. If this side's shorted, then the board's bad, most likely. It's probably the chipset. All right, you ready? So we're going to do this side first. And it's not shorted on that side, which is our inductor. And so this side's our 1.8 prim, which is what hooks to the CPU or the chipset, and to other stuff. But so we'll inject voltage here and figure out where it goes and what's heating up. But 0 ohms is pretty high, pretty low, pretty short. So and if we go back and measure this inductor, it should be clear now. Yeah, that's 2 for. This is no fun. We might as well start building a power meter right now. Might as well pivot. So that is not shorted anymore because we took that off of there. What do you think about the XPS 2025 with the 5060? I haven't ever seen one yet, so I'm sure it's fine. I mean, 5060 isn't, it's more energy efficient than this 4060 they put in here, but as long as the cooling's good, man, God, that's the problem. But you know, 5060 they usually is like the equivalent to a 4050, or the other way around, 4070. So hopefully it's going to be a lot cooler. All right, let's inject voltage right here and figure out what gets hot. And we're hoping for not the chipset. Actually, let me reconnect it because I need it to be separated because I need to be able to see on the other side of the board. So I'm going to reconnect it since we know that it's on this other side. No luck today. Yeah, I've had quite a few bad ones lately, and it's annoying because there's nothing I can do about it. I'm powerless to that, so I can't sit there and fret about it. All right, almost 0 ohms, so we're going to do half a volt. Half a volt should pull enough current, so I'm going to inject that there, and we'll go thermal. Going thermal. So here's our CPU. The chipset's on the edge here, and the CPU's right there. Okay, you ready? Chipset's not too hot. I mean, it's a little warmer on the edges there. I'll heat it one more time. Not too bad. We're only pulling 2 amps, but something else is getting hot. The inductor's getting hot. Let me go on this side. I can still see the chipset getting hot right there, but I'm not totally sold on it yet. So we can find it somewhere else. We might need to up the power. We might need more power, guys. All right, we're going up. You're doing great. I'm doing great, yeah. Okay. The inductor's getting hot. Yeah, the chipset's getting hot. You can see it right there. Gosh, this noise. You want to hear the most annoying noise ever? It's like from Dumb and Dumber. That is not necessarily hot enough for me to get freaked out about, but we'll see. Yeah, it's the backside of the chipset right here. What about over here? No? No. No. I was optimistic for a second. I try it again. Okay. Something right here. Something right here I feel like still. The back of the chipset, and the chipset was definitely getting warm, but yeah. God, I wish I could turn down that noise. It's right here. Do you see that memory chip? See this memory chip right here? What do you think? Right there. I don't know. I think I'm grasping for straws on this, but I feel like this memory chip was getting warm and none of the other ones were. And the chipset's warm, but I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to know without taking things out, you know? But if we had a spill, where was the spill exactly? And so we're injecting here. Does the 1.8 even go to the memory chips? I feel like they would at some point. Oh, feels bad, man. It's warmer. Alcohol doesn't work because it's not hot enough. You need a pinpoint of light or pinpoint of heat. All right, so we're injecting right here. And I feel like I saw one of these memory chips getting hot, but let's just look and see where it goes after this. So that's our jumper, okay. So after it goes through the jumper, right, we're on this side, it goes boom, boom, boom. Let's see, what's that? Just a little gate. Little gate to gate. It's gonna come through all this junk, all that jazz, and then goes over the chipset. So can we isolate the chipset over here? Probably not. No, because it comes all the way across. What I have done in the past is like cut the trace before to try to isolate the chipset, and that way I can just put a jumper back across it. But I don't know. See, all this whole area is all ran by that 1.8 prim. Fuck, no, darn prim. Okay, well, I don't know what I want to do. I think it's just a bad chipset. What do y'all want to do? It's sad. What if the last one's a bad chipset too? What do we do? Pivot! I should just quit for the day is what I should do. Oh my gosh, can't believe it. Too fur. I know the VRAM is going to be 1.2. I just thought I saw some heat there. I can't stand the noise that's coming out of that thing. Should I crank it up to 1 volt now and just do it again? Just raw dog it right in there? I think it's a bad chipset personally. We can go next. Floating memory, because I could take the reball time. Yeah, because you have to take the whole CPU off and the chipset. Where was the spill at though? Put all the volts. I don't want to do 1.5, but I can do 1 volt. We went up to 0.8. Let's just look around and see if we can find where that corrosion was. Well, I can definitely see that there was some liquid damage here. This is the power management chip. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Let me measure over here. Isolate the chipset and inject 1.5. I'm just making sure all this stuff is measuring fine. Okay, that looks fine. Let's plug in the charger real quick under the thermal camera. So our chipset's there. plugged in the charger, 0.04. All right, we can't, the thing's not going to turn on without this 1.8, but we can't reconnect the 1.8 because it's shorted, so yeah. It's really no, I want to do this so bad. Let me see, if there is a way to isolate it, then we can just do that. That's what I think we're going to do. I think we should move on to the next one, personally, but if I can come over here and figure out how it connects, like sometimes there's like a trace coming off of this going in there. If we can just cut the trace, then we can figure out a way to make it where it doesn't power it on. All right, so it's going to be LC. I don't think we can do it. Inject 1.8 for 1.8. I mean, nobody. That's a interesting way of doing it. But if it's at 0, then we're going to get really hot. What's this? Corrosion here. Is this dual MOSFET shorted? All right, I'm going to do 1 volt now. We can go up to 1.2 even if we need to. Oh, man. I'm mad. Mad. Feels bad, man. Alright, is this shorted? Okay, you've seen it. Let's make sure none of these are shorted here. 100 ohms. During a high voltage area already going into the CPU. Because the chips, that does run off a 1.8. It's not heating the CPU core, so I guess that technically I'm not worried about it, but what are we trying to do? What's the ultimate goal of injecting that much? So if I inject 1 volt right now, I get 8 amps, whatever it takes. All right? So here we go. I mean, it's really not that hot. This is 1.1 at 8 amps. Try it this direction. The inductor's getting hot. I just need to inject on this side of the inductor. Yeah, I mean, look right here. It's so hot right here. But it's probably because that's where the trace goes. What do you think? Do you think that that's where the 1.8 trace goes underneath the board, inside the board layers, and that's getting hot? What do you think about that idea? So if we're injecting right here, we see it getting hot under there, which is suspicious. But it's just going through the traces. And then you can see the chipset is pretty spicy. Anything else? God, that noise is so annoying to me. Make it stop. Make the noise stop. Yeah. I would just... What's confusing me, though, is that we have 0 ohms, and I'm pulling 8 amps, yet this is barely getting hot, right? It seems like there has to be something else going on. Increase the power until it pops. I feel like there has to be some other heat somewhere. Ah, board layer is internally shorted. That makes more sense. There you go. That makes more sense. Cost of the motherboard, a lot. Too much. I would say in the... I can't get the board. I have to buy whole computers anytime I sell a board to somebody. Range. It's a 0K-H17. 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 Last time I quoted these types of boards going to be 1,000 plus, 800 to 1,000 plus, and they're only in China or something like that. It's just like you can't get these boards. Oh, well, that's 2 shorted chipsets. Can we go for 3? 3 shorted chipsets. We all lose. All right, so this thing is, I don't know. Shorted chipset, or it's in the board layers. It would make sense that there was heat here if it's kind of coming over here. But it would make more sense if that whole area is getting hot because it's shorted internally. Time to grind. Time to grind. You don't know where to grind though. It's hard because it's underneath these memory chips. So this is the area that's getting hot. And it's not like this board view software shows us the layers. Now there's other board view softwares that can show you like the actual layers, unless this one does have that as a view. Layers, board, images, pins, active areas, part hole. Hidden items. Yeah, so this isn't showing like the tracks and stuff, because sometimes you'll see it where it has the track that goes underneath the everything. Because it could be coming across here. And what's interesting, so maybe if I'm injecting here and then it goes across that track and then it comes to this jumper, maybe if I inject on the jumper, then it won't get hot in that area. Let me try that real quick. Sorry. I'm all over the place. I hate not being able to fix something. I mean, I know that you guys concur, right? Look at all these people leaving too. 1.8 voltage goes to the VRAM. Well, not that I've seen. Under the chip, reflow the area, stops the heat. The board view itself needs to contain the layers, right? So, and maybe if I don't know, maybe it does have it or not. Oh, darn it, I scratched my poison ivy. Don't scratch the poison ivy, people. Don't do it. All right, I'm gonna inject one more time here just because I want to figure out if we see it getting hot in this area. So I'm gonna inject right on that jumper right here, and I just want to see if this area right here gets hot. Okay, so pay attention there. We're looking right here. Yeah, I want to bypass them. Oh yeah, I can just, that's a good idea. Yeah, you can see it's still getting hot in it. Wow, it's at 9 amps now. Nice, okay. All right, then let's bypass it like he's saying. So we're gonna go find this other area. And we're gonna go to, let's go to LC prim right here. I'm going to go down on the voltage now. We don't need to be that close to it. So LC prim is right here. Do you see it? So we'll connect right here instead and see if the chipset heats up really fast. Okay. Wow. I'm down to 0.6. There we go. Yeah, you can see how the core is heating up. But I'm going to look anywhere else to see if we have any backfeeding anywhere else. God, this heat signature drives me crazy. Yeah, it's definitely in the chipset. Chipset's the only thing lighting up from what I can tell. This board layer is over here and no longer heating up. See that? So definitely chipset. All right, that was a good call on that. Go skip the whole thing, the whole path. So basically we were injecting over here. It was going through all this stuff to get all the way over here to go to the chipset. And then once I got to the chipset and I was injecting, then I could inject less voltage to get the same amount of current because it was voltage dropping on the rest of it. 2 chipsets, Nate 0, chipsets 2. Sorry guys, that's no fun. So, I'm glad I didn't replace that latch because I don't need it. After these screws put away. All right, the third one is going to be a win or a loss. We're going to do a 3 for 3 loss again today. I hope not. We should just pivot and build ourselves a spike parameter. Round 3, fight. You can. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? All right, so this is a 5511, no picture. And this one, again, is partially taken apart because that's what happens when people look at it before me. And this one is a situation where I'll give you the note and you can start reading it here. Messy. What did you say here? You might get the spiked build after all, I know, right? We might actually get to that. Make sure we don't have any notes in here. Okay, so I think this is in here twice, but the problem started by rebooting it on its own sometimes. Ran diagnostics, but the battery said it was reaching the end of its usable life. Bought a new battery from Dell, installed it. Didn't want to post it all. Okay. Screen didn't turn on. Flashing 3.1. Now 3.1 is going to be a CMOS reset error. So to me that sounds like the screen's not making a picture or something, but it did reset. Do you have some pictures of the error codes? Bought a new battery from Dell, and then it just repeats itself, which is interesting. I would like it repaired as long as the cost isn't prohibited. Okay. So we will see if that's going to be the case. And these boards are basically Alienware boards. They're going to be like an M15R6, I believe. Is that what this board is? Something like that. I'm just going to plug these things back in. We'll do the intro in a second. Let me just plug this stuff back in, because when you have someone working on it ahead of time, they don't plug everything back in when they give it to me. We'll get it. We'll get it. Don't worry about it. We're going to fix this one? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, screws. Street Fighter begins. Okay, so someone noticed what I was saying, right? Round one, fight. Oh, you can. Easy pizza. Oh, that would be nice. Although easy pizzas are boring, so maybe a easy lobster dinner would be nice. If we do one of those. So it's still complex, but then we learn something and we have fun. I'm just putting a couple screws in here so it doesn't fall out. Okay. Perfect. All right, so they bought a battery from Dell and then returned it and then bought this aftermarket battery. That's supposed to be better than Dell's or what? I don't know. I don't get it. And why would it stop working after they changed the battery? It was rebooting on its own sometimes. I don't know. What do you think? It's round 3 fight, I guess. Round 3 fight. Have you tried turning it off and on again? I just need to have that on a looped recording. God, do I even put this cover back on? Okay, I'm not going to worry about this all the way. All right. So G Series 5511 was working for a little bit, stopped working, yada, yada, yada. It's broken, they sent it to me. Yeah, the old yada yada, right? All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved. And this time we have a Dell G Series 5511. This is similar to like an Alienware M15R6. Now this one, the customer said that it would crash occasionally, reboot. They did run diagnostics, says that the battery is reaching an end of its usable life, so they purchased a new one from Dell, installed it. The laptop no longer turned on, giving them a 3.1 error code, which is just a CMOS reset. They said they returned the battery, put the original battery back in, sent it to me. I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together, see if we can get this figured out. Oh, $5. What is your opinion with the 9530 with the ARC graphics? Company issue, by the way. I don't think there is an issue with the ARC graphics. I haven't seen any issues with that. I mean, sometimes on the 9700s or 9710s, we would have screen issues, but with it communicating with that, no, I have no issues with that. Actually, no issues. Thank you there, Ray. It's a Dell, you know where. All right, so this one is kind of making my brain hurt a little bit thinking about it. So if the customer said that the machine was working, it was doing kind of random reboots, but it was saying the battery is reaching its end of usable life, which just means it's counter. It has like a little counter in there, figures out what the capacity is. If it's saying that it needs to be replaced, you could still use the battery. It doesn't matter. You don't even need the battery in this machine to run it. And then they bought a new one from Dell. They went out of their way to say that they bought an OEM because now they have a fake one in there. If now it doesn't turn on afterwards, that means broken, ripped off components on the board to me. That's what that's what the beacon says, but I don't know. So let's go ahead and see if we can turn it on. Hit the power button. We got fan spin. We got fan spin. I got to actually set up my charger again real quick. So while the fan spin is spinning, I'll plug that back in. We're gonna do 240 watt charger. Yeah, the fans are spinning up rapido. I broke another laptop. Okay, so we do have a caps lock came on. It's spun up, shut back down. I haven't plugged in the power yet. Right now we're just kind of figuring out what it will do on its own on the battery. That's what I kind of like to pay attention to. Daryl, 10-month sub, thank you. I see, I made the 10-month mark and I'm going to keep it going. Thank you for that, Nick. Well, thank you for that, Dairy. Hydrate, good luck, thank you. Good luck for no chips. Thanks for it, Chris. We're gonna have some more of this green drink. Yeah, we got some pulsing going on here. Does it seem like a bad chip on this one? Bad chipset? Okay, that's the third time and then it's shut off. Is that it? Okay. So I think it's done doing what it wants to do on the battery. I'm going to plug in the charger so we can actually look at the power meter when it's operating here. Plug it in. Here, I'm going to pull this rear cover off because it's halfway off anyway. Okay. So I plugged in the power. It's not pulling much. It's kind of a weird amount. Open the lid. Press the power button. We got nothing. We got nothing. A whole 2 watts. Something's wrong with this one. I would expect us to have a little bit more than that. So resting current should be around 20 milliamps or 0.02. We're not having that effect. Charging current would be 0.23 and then 2 amps or something like that. We're not having that. So I don't know what this is. Whatever it's doing, it's not correct. I can tell you that. And I opened the lid and it dropped down. Is that right? Okay, now it's doing something. How many times do I have to press it to make it do something? Okay. Now we got fan spin. We got current draw, and then shut back off. Okay, is it gonna come back on? This one's weird. I'm not liking this one already. Okay, we got 3.74 amps. Yes, are we gonna get picture? Did we fix it already? Currently on a 10-month streak, thank you for that. 10 stream streak, thank you. All right, 3.86. Okay, shut off. Okay, is that battery charge current that we have there? 50 watts? Looks about right. What is it doing? Flash the BIOS? Yeah, I can see the BIOS can happen here. Watch for smoke. CMOS reset. Chipset. Hopefully it's not the chipset. It's very... It could be BIOS-y. Could have a BIOS firmware issue. BIOS is responsible for starting up the board. EC chip starts the board and then the BIOS firmware loads. But if you have these weird, I mean, fans were spinning, shut off. You're watching this little stair step, right? I probably think we have a BIOS issue, possibly. It's learning. It's learning by watching you, all right. Do we have any error codes or anything? We need a thermal view, that's right. And then we're going to look for a light code or anything like that. I don't see a light code. All right, let's open up the bottom and take a look inside. I just want to see what power rails we're getting, things like that. We are getting the fan spin. All right, and the bottom is off. I'm going to unplug this fake inferior battery. So we do have 2 sticks of DDR5, is that right? DDR4. DDR4? Oh, I guess this is the last year that took DDR4. So this board's very similar to an Alienware. A lot of times it does have, oh, it does have an Alienware logo right here. See that? Even though it's a G series, you see that? So it actually has an Alienware head here because it's the same type of board. Now, this board's set up to go in 17s and 15s a lot of times because you can put different wings on it. Now, a lot of circuitry is on the other side, but I want to measure what voltages voltages we're getting here. So I'm going to plug in the charger and the measure and see what we're getting right on these coils. Spinning up again. We've got 20 volts there. 3.4 there. I think that's the battery charge. And then what's this one? Oh no, that must, yeah, so 3 volt and 5 volt power rails are right here. Interesting. I don't know if I've seen that before. Remove one of the memory slots. I like that idea. So 3 and 5 is present. And what's this over here? 1.8. So we have 3, 5, and 1.8. We have what looks like a BIOS chip here, but this probably goes to the VRAM. I'm going to take the memory out like they're saying. So everything's unplugged. Flick the battery cable. If you don't know, you got to do this before you work on it. All right. So we're going to pull these out. 2 chipsets, and now we're on number 3. This is very chipset-y too. So I'm going to pull that out. Now that didn't look like Dell OEM memory either, so I'm just going to stick in a stick of my Dell OEM memory. All right. It'd be funny if it's just RAM. All right, plug this back in. Fans are spinning up. We got 1 amp, 2 amps, Let me reset the power meter. It's the Wi-Fi card, man. Seriously, pay attention. Take out the Wi-Fi card. I will. I promise. Amazon's memory is the best. The ADATA, is that what it is? Is ADATA memory? Is it Amazon Basics? I wonder how much it was. Doesn't even tell me what the density is. 3200. I don't know. Can't tell what it is. Has a lot of chips on it though. So I'm trying 1 stick at a time. We want to see if it does anything different. We're also going to look for any blink codes. So look here, and I'm going to look on the side here too. Disable the GPU jumper. That'd be cool if there was just a single jumper for that. Why don't you work on other brands, Nate? Why? Why? Because I specialize in Dell, man. That's why. So we don't only just repair, we sell all the parts. And so that's what we specialize. It's too hard to keep up with what we have already. 700,000 parts for all these Dell models. We have to buy every single Dell laptop that's ever been released, take pictures for all the products, and list all the products. And then we're already busy enough. Like we're just crazy busy for repair. So it's like opening it up to more brands, that would be more of a pain. Wouldn't be worth it. And plus I don't have the parts. All right, so I don't know. I think this is some short on the board. This does not look firmware to me. You see how it's moving around like that? It's off right now, but it's doing something. And there's no blink codes. I want to see what it looks like under the thermal camera, if you guys don't mind. Let's do it. ADATA started in 2001 as one of the most early RAM and hard drives. Okay. So ADATA is good. I've heard of ADATA. I just don't know if I have used it. Are you making much money? That's a good question. I could tell you that if I don't fix it, I make less than $10 an hour. So if that's an answer, so it's advantageous for me to fix it. And it really depends. The videos help offset any losses. And I have like 16 employees, so it's, and then the rent keeps getting more expensive. I'm paying $22,000 a month now for my building. $22,000. So it just keeps getting more expensive. Yeah, well, let's pull it out, do a physical inspection. And I want to look around the battery and stuff like that too, because if they did change the battery and it stopped turning on, then we know that we have some sort of cause and effect maybe. All right, and the motherboard is out. Can you bypass the read sensor? You probably could. Yeah, the main reason why my rent is so much is because I have 14,000 square feet. And it's air-conditioned space. I put 2 10-ton units in to air-condition the warehouse. So, by chance by chance, is this PC from New Jersey? Put an OEM battery in it. Is it from New Jersey? Let's see where it's from. No, it's from Colorado. It's from Colorado, man. Try putting a you should own it. I tried to own my own building years ago, before I moved into this in 2010. I got approved for a couple million to go buy a building, and was looking around and could not find a building that would fit my needs. I needed to have docks, and I needed to have air-conditioned space and all this different stuff. And so there was 75% vacancy in Austin at the time in 2010, and so there was like vacancy in commercial real estate, by the way. But then nobody was selling; they were just holding on to their stuff, and so nothing really fit my mold of what I needed. So then I was like, okay, well, I'll just go ahead and rent this one building, and that's what I moved into. And the price was pretty good. It was a little bit more than what I was paying, but it was like double the size. And then they've just increased it over and over again. This last increase, they tried to get me for 41% increase, and I had to fight with them. And it's not good at all. And now I'm kind of stuck. I'm kind of backed in the corner. I'm going to be here until 2031, and then I'll have to figure out something else. Here's where the battery plugs in. And I don't see anything ripped off here. That's what I was looking for. If we had anything ripped off the board, because they were messing around in that area. Yeah, Austin's not cheap. Now, if I move my building, if I move out of town or something, I can get cheaper. I can go get the warehouse space that isn't very good for retail, because I do have a retail store here too, so it allows people to walk in, and I'm pretty good location in Austin in general. So, you know, you pay a little bit for that. It's not like it is, they categorize this as flex space, but I have like a little store up front that's like 1,500 square feet, and then offices, and then a 10,000 square foot warehouse in the back. I don't see anything bad here. COVID caused many issues, and so I actually, my last renewal, I signed, or not the last one, but the one before this one, I re-signed during COVID, and so I was able to, like, I renewed a year early, and I said, okay, it was the height of COVID, and they were scared that nobody was going to stay in their warehouses, so I was like, hey, I'll sign a renewal now with no increase for the next 5 years, and did something. So I actually was pretty good. So I'm below market in general still, even though that's why they wanted to get me with a huge increase. But I was like, dude, I'm leaving then. Yeah, I know. I'm paying $260,000 a year in rent. I know. I mean, that includes triple net and stuff. So when you have commercial real estate, you pay for all the taxes too. So you're paying property taxes, you're paying for all the maintenance, all the stuff on the outside. So rent's actually a lot less than that. It's just with all the triple net and all that included, it's a lot. Okay, so let's focus on this board repair. Enough of that shenanigans. I don't see anything obviously damaged. Do you guys see anything? And what we're trying to figure out is if we have a firmware issue or not. There's our BIOS chip right there. And I think my tech already messed with the BIOS. Let's see. Yeah, look at that evidence. Yeah, so he already messed with the BIOS. Did he put the original BIOS back on? Let me make sure. What did he do? What did he do before he was like, it's a bad motherboard? I'm gonna read his notes real quick. Okay, tried posting it with a different screen, consulted, da da da. Okay, so he tried different BIOSes and he could not get one to work. They all had the exact same behavior. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to plug it in under the thermal camera. It may not be a BIOS issue, but we saw that kind of moving around power fluctuation stuff, so jazz. So let me plug in a DC jack. Go in my bag of jacks. Find a jack. That's the correct jack. Don't get jacked by a jack. How many times can you say jack? BIOS, BIOS, BIOS. I just want to see what's getting hot first. And then we can recreate the BIOS, make sure we have a good one. BIOS. It could be a BIOS. The resting current is what's suspicious to me. All right, so I have a DC jack plugged in, going thermal. Okay. Program the EC chip. It could be, where's the EC chip on this thing? I can't remember which one it is. If it's an EC chip that doesn't need to be programmed, that's something we'll need to address. Sorry, I'm trying to flip this over. I can't remember which one this is. I think this one has, there we go. This is a Novaton chip. And so this should be programmed by the BIOS. No, it's a microchip. It's a mech. Yeah, so this is being programmed whenever we start up on a CMOS reset. So the BIOS, the EC region, the EC region on this is going to program this chip when it turns on for the first time. So it's not going to be, it could be a bad EC chip, but I don't know. That's the chipset. What was that hotspot? So this is the VRAM probably. It's pretty hot. This is another power rail, some sort that's warm. Okay, now that the board's off, this is what I want to see. So we have it in that area where it's kind of doing that little blinky blink. That's what I want to find what's hot now. So we have to wait for it to cool off all the way. Fans. Let's, I'm going to do something. So I have one of these P3s that got sent to me. So the P3 Pro got sent over to me. I'm going to do a video on it later. And I didn't have to pay for it, which was nice. First time I've ever not had to pay for something. So let me plug this in and we'll just try looking at it this way. I don't have it mapped to the computer, but we'll at least be able to see. It's a little clearer. Or maybe I can map it to the computer. Thermal. Oh, I know what I can do. I'll just do it through this instead. What am I thinking? There we go, and I can get really close to it that way. All right, so the P3 Pro has an adjustable focus on it. Sorry, I have to reauthorize it. The P2 Pro has like an infinite focus zoom type of thing, and then the P3 has its own little focus wheel, so you can get really close to it. Okay, so I'm just trying to see if we can figure out exactly what is warm on the board and isolate it that way. Okay, so is that still warm? Nope. The P4 has the dual cameras, which is nice, so it doesn't overlay. But when you're too close to it, it actually separates the camera views too much. This is still warm. This is weird that's warm. But what is taking that current? That's what I'm trying to figure out. We have 1 watt, so we need to figure out where that 1 watt is going. All right, I'm going to take the heatsink off. Yeah, we're going to have to take the heatsink off of that. So EC chip is not going to be the issue. Here's the problem. I want to take this off. I want to keep the voltage in here because I don't want to reset it, because we have to make it go through that whole CMOS reset thingy or whatever it was doing when now it's sitting there at that. I wonder if it has a blink code right now too. But I want to take this off. I'm going to leave the battery. I'm going to leave the charger plugged in. So I'm going to be very careful. All right. I promise. Be very careful. I'm going to pull the screws out with my fingers. So charger's plugged in. Don't do this at home, children. I'm holding on the screw with my finger, okay? So when I pull it out, it comes up with my hand. Because we need to figure out where this is going. But if I unplugged it and then reset it, then I wasn't going to be able to do it where I can see it. So I'm going to take this off because it's too hard to get it out from underneath this. Whoa, living dangerous here. I know. Okay. That's out of there. All right, so this should just come off, but I'm going to go straight up with it if I can. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to do this. Okay, straight up, got it. See if there's an error code first. All right. So we have this off of here. Where's it? The error code actually would be right here. I forgot. The light code's on the side, so we don't have an error code. So we would have one, it would be on the side of this board. So it's not there. All right, now do we have a heat signature? That's the chipset. That's the chipset, man. The chipset's what's hot right now. Oh, and that's why that coil's hot. Wow, that is crazy. I can't believe. Serenity did well on her first driving, by the way. Only stalled out like 12 times. And then I did donuts for it. That's funny. So I haven't taken my daughter driving with a stick yet, but mine is really hard to stall out. Like, it has enough low-end torque that just gets going pretty good. Let's figure out if the chipset's shorted now. So we need to measure it to see if we have a short on the chipset. Wow, that's so crazy. All right, so the way we do that, since we have a chipset that we can actually measure, we'll just measure right on it. I think we're going to be building a spike power meter. What do you think? All right, so we'll measure all these guys. Nope. False positive. Don't worry about it. That's good. Looking good. 200 ohms. That's okay. 200 ohms is okay. I'm okay with 200. And perfect. We made it all the way around without a short on the chipset. So now I think it's a BIOS. Chipset Sunday. So chipset stayed on, but the board tried to start up multiple times but couldn't start up. So let's make a new BIOS for it, because it could be where it's trying to load the firmware, it's not liking it, and it gets stuck in that stale state, but it leaves the chipset on. So it still could be a BIOS. Capiche? So I'm going to, let's pull up what we have. I don't know what BIOSes we have. I want to make sure, I want to figure out what he put on it, because he said that he replaced the BIOS already. And this is a PG or EG? Let's see, because I think this is, we're going to have to figure that out. So we have to figure out how powerful this machine is, and it will be a P or an E. And so this one's actually a N20 that just says that it's like a 30 series. And then this is a P, which means poor graphics. That's what I like to say. So the BIOS that's going to be created is going to be a poor graphics version. Let me see what we have in my arsenal of stuff. Oh man, 5511. And all right, so a 5511 EG. I don't see a PG in here, so I don't know if he even put the right one on here, if anything. Is that the repair ID? Okay, this is the guy's repair ID. So this is his backup. We have a backup of his BIOS already. Oh, and he did some sort of out image here, but didn't name it. Okay, here's what I want to do. Let's make a BIOS from scratch. I'm going to pull it from a different machine though. So this is a K455P. I'm going to pull it from a different machine, because if his BIOS is so messed up and we're trying to fix it, because it could have a bad EC region or something, I want to pull one from a different board altogether. And that way we have it, or I want to see if we have one out in the ether. Let me see if there's one in the ether somewhere. Give me a second. Love what you do, brother. Please fix my Asus laptop when it eventually dies. Never worked on an Asus in my life. So I appreciate the support, but yeah, I just don't work on anything else like that. Don't do it, man. Can't do it. There's plenty of guys out there though that can do it. Yeah, I don't see a BIOS out in the ether. Okay, so we're gonna make one. Let's make a BIOS. It could have a bad BIOS chip. The fact that it's loading and doing what it's doing has to, like, if I took the BIOS chip off of there, it'd be kind of like brain dead. So no, it has to be, the BIOS has to work. But let me see if I can find a board. K455 whatever, right? So we'll just grab a stack of these. Is that AMD? No, it's Intel, yeah. Intel. My Intel boards are right here of those same format. Here's a stack of them. Stack of boards, man. Stack of boards. So K455. Let's see. K452. 3. 452. 452. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We don't have one. What's this board? Can't tell what this board is. Can't tell, but we need to know. We need to get one that's close enough. Otherwise, we'll just have to work on their BIOS. Unless someone can find one out there. 452. So the K452 also. Those are totally different boards. Let's see if I have one in stock. Do I have a board in stock? 5511. If I have one in stock, we can steal the BIOS off of that. I do have boards in stock. Cool. Okay. So we'll just go grab a board from stock instead, and we can rip the BIOS off of that. All right, so if we look here, I just searched for 5511 boards, and we have a couple different versions here. 3050, 3050, i7. So I'm just going to grab one of these. What do you think? So CVHV1. CVHV1. Let me go grab one from my warehouse. Figure out where it is in the warehouse. CVHV1 is located in Z15 in the warehouse. And that's kind of midway through. It's an e-business one? Oh my God, piracy. Oh, I know, I'm gonna steal the BIOS, but I'm gonna rewrite the BIOS. I'm basically just taking the shell of the BIOS is what you do. You take the BIOS and then it becomes kind of like its kind of layout, and then I replace all the other regions with fresh, clean stuff, and then it makes it. Yeah, the BIOS, like, just so people kind of understand it, so you have a BIOS, the firmware that's on a Dell laptop, or I guess any of these that are Intel boards. Did you take this board with the others? No, their board's right here. Their board's right here. So basically the way I have it set up is you have a BIOS region, then you have the ME region, which is the management engine region, you have an EC region, there's a bunch of regions inside of it. So what you need is a good clean shell, and then I'm going to replace the ME region and the BIOS region, which is what you take from Dell's site and you can put it in there. But if his like EC region's messed up, or some other like areas in it's messed up, then I'm not fixing that portion of it, so it doesn't work. So, all right, let me focus again. I'll go back. What is it? So it's Charlie Victor Hotel Victor 1. Charlie Victor Hotel Victor 1. Y'all just want to stare at the screen here? Okay, I'll be back. Charlie Victor Hotel Victor 1. You might be able to hear me, you might not, who knows. But this is why I only work on Dells, is because I stock all the parts. And if I had to stock all the Asus parts and all the HP parts, man, I would need a bigger warehouse. And then I'd be paying more than $22,000 a month. Charlie Victor Hotel. Charlie Victor Hotel. Z15, got it? Z15. Z15, Charlie Victor. Where are we at? Charlie Victor Hotel Victor 1, got it. This one already has a clean BIOS on it too, but it's probably still assigned to the board that's on. Uh-oh. Someone here? I just heard something. Did I get mudded just now? All right, this is a brand new board. Brand new board. Nothing but the best. All right, so brand new board. Once we open this, now it's not brand new anymore. Is that what you're saying? We'll be careful. We'll open this very carefully, so we don't tear the label off. There we go. Nice. Nice. Come on, baby. You can do it. Nice. Shh, peel it back. Okay, got it. Nailed it. All right, so we're going to extract this BIOS. Look how beautiful that is. So beautiful. We'll extract this BIOS, we'll back it up, and then we'll have a copy of it, and then we'll make it rain. Make it rain! So I'm just going to use our Pogo pen reader so I don't have to take the chip off. Now, if I had to pull the chip off this board, I wouldn't do it because it's a new board and I don't want to make damage by like having to heat the board or anything. Who got me? So here's our chip. It's a 25R256JV. And here's our Pogo pen reader. So pin 1 is right there, pin 1's right there. Got to pay attention. There we go. Line that up. Perfect. 25R256JV. Press it right there. Perfect. Okay. 25R256JV. There it is. And we're going to read this and we'll have a copy. Haha. No liquid metal spilt everywhere, but I can't remember if this one does do liquid metal. I don't think it does. I think it's the year after this that does that, liquid metal. The greatest technician that's ever lived. The second greatest. Can I order the correct pads for the MOSFETs and coils from you? I mean, we sell like the pads, but you're gonna have to figure out what sizes they are because each one's different and it's really strange. Well, you'll have a heatsink that has like 5 different pad sizes or 4 different sizes, like 0.5, 1 millimeter, 1.5, 2 millimeters. So if it's a brand new like heatsink from us, then it will come with all the pads already on it. So that's kind of the trick that you have to think about is like you buy one that already has all this stuff already on it. 5511. So I'm gonna call this RIP. And it's a PG RIP. Okay, there we go. Chris, super chat to get people to like the stream. We can hit 600 likes if we hit hit like if Nate is the true best, greatest technician that's ever lived. Thank you for that, Chris. Silly. Appreciate that. Appreciate the support. Yeah, the more people hit the like button, the more people show up in the stream. I can tell you that right now. We're at 1,100 people. We can get up to 1,600, 1,700 pretty easily if you just start pressing the button, the like button. All of a sudden, you'll see all these people start dumping in because YouTube starts suggesting it to other people. So try it out. And if you're on Twitch, thank you. Thank you for the support. 188 people on Twitch. All right, so that's all we needed for that. We just extracted the BIOS off of there. I saved it. So now we can actually start building ourselves a brand new BIOS. Ready? Here we go. Mounts missing from the screen. Counts missing from the screen. Oh. Yeah, what happened to the counts? Interesting. Counts. Where are they at? Live counts here. Oh, I must have slid them somewhere? Oh, I grabbed it, I guess, at some point. Yeah, I must have moved it off the screen. Is that better? You like how it's moving around? I don't know what I did, but I did something. Okay. Something like that. Is that good? Ooh, they're moving back and forth now. All right, that's fine. That's good enough, club. Okay, what am I doing now? Oh, we were building a BIOS, right? Let's do that. Got to pull up all this stuff here. All right, so when we're building a BIOS, you have to do it slowly. So here's our RIP is right here, and we need to. Let me see if I can open up a couple different windows here. Let's do that. We'll do side. I wish the chats were easier to read at the same time while I'm doing this, but so we're going to do tools. We're going to do ME analyzer because we need to figure out what type of region is in here. So I'm going to analyze the RIP that we have, and it tells us that we have a ME region of 15 to use this tool, and it's initialized, meaning I cannot put this on our other machine or it won't work. It's initialized to the board I just took it off of. So that's something to pay attention to. I should have sent it to Lead Farmer. He can just take care of everything for me. He can just knock it out. We may use the Lead Farmer's tool in a second if this doesn't work, because that's what happens sometimes. ME tools. So I'm just going to pull up the thing here. Let me delete this. So we're going to use the right fit tool. And let me drop it in here and see if it loads. All right, so that loaded just fine. And the whole purpose of that is just to extract it into its pieces. And I just need to save this out as a hold on, I got to change this. We got to set this to not intermediate files. Save the output as a, look, we already have 5511 in there, but I'll just do number 2. Okay, so we have that saved. So what that does is it automatically breaks this file into its own regions, like a bunch of regions here. You can see them. And so now we need to get a good BIOS from Dell, which I think we already have one of those. So let's pull that up, make sure I have a good downloaded BIOS from Dell. Let me see what the bell says just now, what the bell told. Uncheck to create intermediate files. Yeah, so I just did that, right? But you caught me. You caught me off guard. And then doesn't require packets before you save it. Yes, I did do that after all. I started to do it and then missed doing it. So yes, he is correct. Got to make sure to do that, or else then you have issues. All right, so did we have a BIOS? That's what I need to find. We extracted a BIOS at some point from Dell's site, probably. Do I see one in here? I do not see one. So let's go get one from Dell's website. So I'm going to go to Dell's website now. And on Dell's site, we'll type in 5511, G series 5511, drivers, good, BIOS, nice. And then I always download the RCV. I mean, sometimes they're the same. You see these are the same. See the same size, but sometimes they're different sizes because they have different stuff in them. So RCV is the recovery file. I always download it because it works every single time. If I download the exe, sometimes it doesn't work. So that's why I've just skipped over that step altogether. But I always want to name it correctly, so I just take this naming scheme from this because it names it some other crazy name. And so we're going to rename it to that. And now I'm going to cut this and take it back over to my area in here. And then I'm going to use my new BIOS extractor tool, which all it is just using these extractor tools here. So if you go to GitHub, you can download this. It's using this one, this one, this one, and which one? This one. Okay, so all 4 of those I have just in my tool here, and all it's doing is literally just running through a loop and tries each one of them until it works. So all I do is I select the file I just downloaded, I hit detect, and so now it's trying that tool, trying that one, and then until it extracts it, and once it extracts it, then it's good. So I don't have to like figure out which one it is. I don't have to do it through a command prompt. It's a very simple thing. So now we should have a folder in here. Folder right here. So we have a folder now, and we have multiple firmwares. So this is what we want to figure out, the issue of making sure that we know which one we have. Remember we looked at the heatsink earlier? So the heatsink has it as has this letter P right here. So that P, if it says E, then we need to pay attention to that. So it has a P. So we're going to pay attention. We have a P on this one. So this is the firmware we need. See how this ends in E? This one ends in P. So this is the firmware we'll need. So that's our firmware. And so inside this firmware, we have a couple different things. So we have the BIOS region, and we have the management engine region. So those are the 2 regions I'm going to be taking. Now we could take the EC region. Well, it's fused, backup fused. Look, this is even the PD controller. But anyway, so if we're trying to inject that, it's a lot harder. So I usually just take these 2 regions right here, and then that's what I'm going to put in here. So we're just going to copy those into our decomposed file. That's that one file that got decomposed. And then when I sort it here, I should have a BIOS region, and the ME regions are matching up about the same size, and I just need to rename them to match. So I'm going to copy this name, and then I just get rid of it and then overwrite this one, because I'm replacing this one with that one. So I need to replace this one with this one. So I'm going to take this name, copy it, delete that out, and then rename it. Boom. And so now I can actually just get rid of those two. I don't need them. And so now these are new regions in there. That's making sense. And let me see if I can get back to your screen here. Is everyone here? Good graphics. I always say EG is like extra good graphics, and then PG is poor graphics. So, all right, so now we're going to open the management engine, or the Flash tool, Flash tool, and then we'll open up that file we saved before. I saved it as this. Good, and then we can verify that this was unchecked, set as no. There you go. And so now that we have that loaded in there, now we can just hit build. And so it's reading from those files we just put in there, and we hit build, and it built. It's been built, man. So there's our out image. So I'm just going to cut that out of here and move it over to our file that has the other ones. Sure. Yeah, we'll replace. He already had one in there, but I'm going to rename this now. I always rename it right off the bat because I like having it named correctly when I do it. PG, and then we're going to do clean. Oops. And then I'd say new BIOS whenever I put a BIOS region in there too. And this should actually have no service tag too, because the the motherboard from stock had no service tag on it. So that's what I'm thinking. So we'll just try that. All right, so that's what we're going to flash onto this chip. Capiche? All right, does anyone have any questions? It's hard for me to read at the same time while explaining all that stuff. You saved at least 12 seconds. 2 sticks of rip jaw memory, Windows key. Oh yeah, the Windows key data. I don't know if there's any Windows key data in that or not. Who knows? But that's the only other thing that we'd be worried about. Right now, I'm just trying to figure out. Yeah, Windows key is not crucial because the machine will run just fine. And if it's activated already, it will just stay activated for the most part. But it's only whenever you're trying to change things. It's not going to prevent the thing from working for sure. If for the most part, I don't end up even worrying about it. I've never had anybody really complain because we just haven't type it in manually. I'll send it to them. But the new board may not have a service tag or a Windows key in it for all I know. Most of those new boards don't. That's how they do it. They just have no key in there because it doesn't have it. When you get online, you can see Microsoft hardware IDs, auto activations is missing. Oh, really? Interesting. Nate, do most Alienware laptop motherboards have 2.0? They all, yes. All the newer ones, at least, have, like, I mean, it's funny because it's not really TPM 2.0. It's 2.0 compatible, right? This has PTT in it. So it doesn't necessarily have PTM or TPM 2.0. It has a thing called PTT, which is Platform Trust Module, right? PPT technology platform. Platform. Someone tell me what PPT or PTT is. PTT is Intel's version of it, and that's the same thing. It's inside their Intel management engine. Platform Protect Tech. Yeah, maybe. That sounds interesting. Platform Protection. Or it's PTT, right? Platform Trust Technology. There you go. All right, so we're going to go ahead and flash this BIOS RJV. It's the same chip. So we flash this thing on here. Guys, if this works, we're going to be having a good day. PTSD, that's what it is. So we'll pull this guy back up. And we already have a backup of the customers because we had worked on this in the past. And so we're just going to load in the one that we just made. And so it is a PG, it's clean me, has all the stuff in it. I'm setting it as a flash region, and we should actually already be set to the right chip. We are. So right there, it's set to that chip, and we're just going to hit program, and this is the time where you don't make me laugh. Okay, TPM is another backdoor. Man, there's a lot of backdooring going on here. There's rules? There's always rules. Always rules, guys. Customer's always right. That's a rule. It's a good one. Excellent. My hands are staying very still, which is nice. If I move at all, it will actually start over the entire process. Did you hear the one about ... I needed another one of those darn things. People like tracking people. Oh, speaking of that, so I've never read 1984. And so yesterday I was doing all the yard work and working on my car and stuff. And so Amazon created an audiobook, because they do like those full production audiobooks. And they did one, it's like 3 hours long, of 1984. So their own rendition of it. That's crazy, man. So I listened to 1984 yesterday. Pretty good. Pretty entertaining. It reminded me of something like a what's the guy who does the Raven? Like a Nevermore, Nevermore. God, why am I blanking out on come on, people. Who does those Edward Allan Poe. It was very Poe-esque to me. At least the storyline or the way everything. I mean, because I know it's futuristic from the tracking of all the people and stuff like that, but it's very Poe-esque. Nevermore, nevermore. Okay, so we did write that on there. We are good to go. Guys, is this going to work? Are we going to have a picture I can't believe? Spray foam. Most of those flock cameras. Yeah, the flock camera. I just saw a video of somebody who got pulled over, and they said that they were driving a stolen car, or the plate's stolen. And the guy gets out, and he's like, no, I mean, it's not stolen. And they like handcuffed the guy, put him in the car, and he's like, what are you talking about? And it was 1 digit off. The flock cameras flagged his car as stolen, and it was 1 number off. I remember I was getting a bunch of toll bills to me, and they were like, no, you're driving your license plate's hitting our toll booths. And I was like, no, I sold that vehicle, and I had the license plates right here, because they gave me my license plates when I sold them, so I still have the license plate in my hand. And it's like, you're sending me toll bills for a car that I don't even have, and I have the license plates. Thank you. So, moral of the story, technology isn't good. Flock and sheep equal to each other. All right, should we turn it on the desk here now that we have a new BIOS on here? i9 4070, boom. Yep. Let's do going thermal. All right, we want to see CPU, GPU coming on. So I got it plugged in, and CPU starting up. Chipset's on 40 degrees. I want to see the CPU get a little hotter than that. CPU should get up to about 60, 70, 80. So we're only 20 watts. Why are we only going to 20 watts? We have RAM in the board. I'm going to move RAM to the other slot. Technology isn't perfect. Yeah. But I'm trying to figure out who it's for. Some of this technology that's being created, I don't know who it's for. All right, I'm plugging it in again. I just moved the RAM around. I want to make sure that this chipset should get hot. I mean, the CPU should get a lot hotter than that. And we're getting up to 20 watts. We're cycling. Chipset's getting to 47. Okay, CPU, come on, CPU, get to 70, 80. Come on. Just waiting for it. It's like just sitting there. We have all the VRMs on here. We have the aux on, or is that the integrated graphics is on? I don't know if these are on. Are those on? Like, I don't have a heatsink on this thing. It should be getting a lot hotter than this. It also should be going using more watts than this. We should have more watts. We're getting to 550 mark. All right, thank you. So we're up to 550 likes, I guess, on the video. Awesome. Great job. Okay, 57, 50. Okay, I don't know. And now we're back to that same pulsing. And the chipset's on. Okay, so we just installed a brand new BIOS. We took it from another motherboard that was a known good motherboard. We cleaned the ME region, we put it on there, and now the board's doing exactly the same thing. After we let it cycle a couple times, never got past 20 watts. it is now still doing that same pulsing thing because I told the Neanderthal to watch. I would match. That's right. Well, thank you there, Jack. You told them. You have to do it. Thank you. We need more watts, people. Try with the heatsink. I don't think it was getting hot enough for it to worry about itself. I'll put my finger on it. My finger will be the heatsink. We can try again with my finger. Here we go. 2 watts is not enough. Jack, 5 gifted subs coming in hot. Thank you for that, Jack. Special, T2000, Sting, Triode. Oh, I know Triode. Ooh, this is pretty hot. That's pretty hot on my finger. And John, thank you for that. I don't know, maybe it... Huh, okay. Let me test something over here. So we do have our integrated graphics getting hot, and then these other ones didn't seem like they're getting hot. Let's measure those and make sure we're not having anything. I'll throw in, go, Nate the Great. Thank you for that, appreciate it. I didn't say it, but I will also. Semper, thank you. You guys are so kind. All right, I'm gonna measure our integrated graphics because it seemed like it was getting kind of hot. 140 watt, or 140 ohms is not too low. Okay, what about the CPU? CPU's at 49 for, is that the aux power? What is that? Why are these so high? 50 ohms? 50 ohms? What are you talking about? The CPU is measuring 50 ohms. Firmware extractor tool, is there a link to it, please? I don't have a link to it, I know, and every time I show it off, people ask for it. So I just made it, and I haven't really released it. And the thing is that it still runs in kind of a Python package, so I need to put it as an exe, and then I can release it. But what I want to do is submit it to the creators of the extracting tool anyway, the extractors, and they can just use it. Why is it 50? Why is it so high? Why do we have 54 ohms on the CPU? I don't think I've ever seen that before. Should we test this, our new board? There, I'm going to measure, since we have the brand new board right here, let's just measure it. So brand new motherboard, same everything. Gonna try to be very gentle with it because it's brand new. Don't want to poke too hard here. 16 ohms. Okay, and the integrated graphics. It's 80 ohms. Oh, 50 ohms means that's a properly calibrated wire. It needs to have a properly calibrated wire. Man, needs battery or fans? Not generally, but I mean, we'll go ahead and install it. Let's go ahead and install it since we put a new BIOS on it, but it seems to me like it's doing exactly the same thing. No, sir, I don't like it at all. All right, we'll put the fans and heatsink on. The Terminator. Terminator. That's pretty funny. Oh, gosh. 3 bad motherboards, everyone? Wow. Non-fixable boards. Back to back. What can you do? What can you do? Wow. Bad ground? I made sure my ground was good. I mean, it could be that the CPU is like internally blown. Like a blown CPU. Instead of a shorted CPU, it's blown. But that's very rare, I guess. Can't fix them all. Can't fix any of them. And I have one other one over there that's in the queue right this second, and that's not, doesn't look very entertaining either. I'd rather just build a power meter. Or maybe we can just end early today. I had a long weekend. It'd be nice too. We can build a power meter too if we need to. A spike. Build a spike. I wonder if there's more information. Did they take this thing apart? Like, how did it... don't get it. This doesn't make sense. Cracker missing trace. I mean, it's going straight into the CPU. Have you tried turning it off and on again? So a reference to Ren and Stimpy? That's right. That's plenty of Ren and Stimpy references happening in this stream. Oh, irritated. Why? Falcor! Atreyu! Okay, so... And we could also try a charged battery too, maybe? Are we getting our main power rail proper? It's the only other thing I'm thinking of. Mr. Horse. You idiot! Reflow, interesting. Reflow the CPU. Reflow the CPU. Raw dog the CPU. I would expect something from something. Never ending story, there you go. That's right. Just gonna see if people noticed. Sometimes I feel like that. Falcor! You know, I was gonna go back and watch that and I never did. I do have them. I have the first one and the second one. Okay. Power this thing on again. Oh. I guess somebody could say, at least it wasn't the chipset. The power button I have unplugged. We have a power button on the board, I think. At least it wasn't the chipset. All right, so the light right here is what we would be looking for. Let's see if it has a blink code. Fans are spinning. You look, yeah, you'd be more like Bowie from Labyrinth. Now, we rewatched that. Actually, that they played that in the theater, I think, last year, and I took my kids. They've already seen it a few times with me over the years, so I've watched Labyrinth tons of time. Smells bad. Sell a friend. You know, Ludo, he's my favorite. Or Hoggle, I guess. You can do Hoggle. Yes, if you need us. And maybe traumatize my mini kids. Oh, really? Oh. No, that'd be like the Dark Crystal or something. Dark Crystal was very creepy. Prepare for takeoff. The light's doing something. We need a blink code. Please just give me a blink code. Robot Chicken. The never-ending party. The bog of eternal stench. Don't go that way. That would lead straight to the castle. You want to come inside and meet the missus? I said hello, but that's close enough. Yeah, the Dark Crystals. Woo, that's something else. All right, so it's already tried turning on a couple times, stopped, and that was it. So should we try like pushing on the board and pressing the power button? Isn't there a power button on the board here? Darn it. All right, let me, I gotta put the daughter board back on because there's no power button here. I thought there was a power button on the board, unless I can look around and see if I can find one. But my idea now is to bend the board and try to get it to turn on, because it may just be a cracked solder joint or something like that. I was hoping there was a power button here. Nope. Okay. What about Dinosaur? Dinosaur's a TV show? There's an EC chip on the board, but it does get programmed automatically whenever it turns on. I'm assuming that's what it was doing. Bend it. Bend it, Jerry. Like for silly Jerry. Oh my gosh. Make a frisbee out of it. Not the mama. Not the mama. That was a weird show. I think they have that show on one of those like Fubu or whatever, or Pluto TV as like it's a station or whatever. You want to watch dinosaurs 24 hours a day? Like who would want to watch dinosaurs 24 hours a day? Strike three, you're out. Yes, I did not beat the boss on this one. I suspect the 30 ohms is not the issue. I think if it's trying to start the CPU 3 times and it couldn't, although the CPU is getting warm, but the integrated graphics is getting hot. No more Fraggle Rock for you. All right, so I just did this so then I can hook up the power button, because I'm going to try flexing the board while I'm turning it on. Do a flexi board. The BIOS is clapped. It seems BIOS-y because all the power rails are up, but I don't know. It seems chipset-y too. We can just blame the chipset, because the chipset, whenever it does try to turn on for a while, then it shuts off and just keeps the chipset on. All right, so I only have the screen plugged in, that's it, and the power button. And then I'm going to try powering it on and bending the board and seeing if we get different current draw, okay? Okay. So we open it like, let me drop it like it's hot. Let me do this. We'll do this one, so it's out of my way. All right, so I'm gonna open this up. We try another screen, kind of late. We haven't tried another screen, but it's doing this. I had a different technician work on this before, and they tried another screen, but it's doing this like kind of loop where it powers on, powers off, powers on, powers off with a fan, and then finally sits there and it starts moving around, and chipset's only on, and it's like 100 milliamps or less. And so we put a new BIOS on it. That didn't fix it, but it still has all the power rails. It very much seems like a chipset issue, maybe, but we already had 2 other chipset issues. So I'm going to bend the board. The chipset's right here. I'm just going to kind of bend the board right here and plug it in and see if it does anything different. And I've already tried different RAM slots. So we're just trying to see if we get to a different current than we had before. Send me the file. You'll replace the EC area. Okay. And this is a good rip, though, from a brand new board. But yeah, I'll send it to you. So LED, give me a second. Swap the 2 RAM sticks. This is my stick. I've tried both slots. They had other sticks in there. But let me send this file to LED real quick. 24-hour board repair marathon live stream. Keno, I don't know. What am I doing? Focus, Nate. Okay, I'm letting that. Do you want the customer's original LED, or do you want the one I just made? Send the original and the made one. Okay. All right, so let me zip these things up. Zippity doo dah. Zippity A. Okay, there's one. Zippity booyah. Okay. You guys can't see my screen. Good. Where's the Discord at? You my boy Discord, where you at? I didn't even have Discord open. Crazy. All right, are we back to that same rating again? Yeah, we are. See how it's like moving around now? Well, so that me bending the board did not change anything. Okay. Let me drop those in. LED farmer to the rescue. Okay, so there you go, LED. I just sent you those 2 files. So the one that's just named original is the original, obviously, and then the one that has the other one is that one, because you can see it on my screen. Okay, so we bent it that way. It didn't do anything different. I think we have a major issue. We have a major issue. I see what your problem is. Yeah, LED farmer is the poison, the goat. The goat of the firmware. Do you think it's my poison ivy that's causing the issue? Yard work. Get you. Just don't scratch it. That's the trick. All right, so now I'm going to bend it, or I'm going to press down here. I'm going to press down on the CPU, and we're going to start it, okay? So pay attention there. We want to see if we can get above 1.39 amps. Pressing down on the CPU, go. We have a major issue. I'm like pressing really hard. Can we do it? See, it's doing exactly the same thing. Reball. Reball, I guess. Yep, 1.39 exactly each time. Finally got up to that. I'm going to bend it again in a second, a different way. Yeah, it's like it's not coming on. The CPU is not really coming on. It's only the integrated graphics that's coming on. It could be the. I mean, all they did is change the change the battery. So. Watch what you scratch with poison ivy. Been there. Oh, I know. I know. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Now, I was telling the stories like this area of my yard that I know has poison ivy. I knew it was there, but a couple years ago I didn't know it was poison ivy, and I cleaned all these vines off, and I had gloves on, and then I touched my face with the gloves, and my whole face was poison ivy and swollen, like, and it's funny because I was taking the prednisone or whatever, the steroids to help with all that, and I had been mountain biking a bunch, and so I was taking the prednisone while I was mountain biking with my buddy, and I had like 20% more stamina, and I was like flying past him going up these hills, and he was like, "You're juicing, man, you're juicing." I was like, "Yeah." So I was like, maybe I'll just get poison ivy so then I can ride my mountain bike faster. But anyway, so I was very careful yesterday, but I still ended up with some. I was washing myself because I knew you use dish soap afterwards. I scrubbed my arm, scrubbed that multiple times, took a shower afterwards. Still ended up with it. Got a little bit here too, I can see it. So I'm just hoping I don't get it on my face. That's my goal. Oh, chipset wins. Yep, back to that again. I'm gonna bend this again. That's crazy. 3 chipsets, 3 boards, 3 chipsets. Yeah, I think this one's a chipset too. I don't know. Maybe let's just build a spike power meter. Let's just do it. Or we could build the case. Which one do you want? Which one's more interesting? Soldering and like actually building the board, or designing the case that it goes to? Oatmeal will work for drying out the poison ivy. Oh, interesting. Calamine lotion. I have some calamine on this. It's like a clear stuff I put on before I came so I don't itch it. The case is more entertaining. Case. Let's design the PCB. Well, I'm not doing a PCB design. No blink code for bad CPU. No blink codes at all. Actually, let me take the RAM out and see if we can get a bad RAM or a missing RAM blink code. And the blink code should be right here on the edge. Right there. So no RAMs in there now, so we should get a 2.3. So we'll let that fly. Unplug this again. Fusion 360. I have no idea. I cannot use Fusion 360. I just can't do it. So what I learned to design on is SketchUp a long time ago. I started 3D printing in 2011. It's weird. Now it's not powering on at all. Look. We have the orange light of death. The orange light of death now. Look at that. So if I hold down the power button, it turns on the orange light. I let go, it turns off. Why do we have the orange light of death all of a sudden? That's usually chipset BIOS or something. 3D printers did exist in 2011. My first one I purchased was in 2011 and designed this. Let me show you what I designed, and it went crazy. Like, it went viral back then. It was in 2012 when I released it. Let's see, Thingiverse. Thingiverse. It's called the Pi to Go. Pi to Go. Has anyone heard of the Pi to Go? This is the Pi to Go. Hold on, let's see what the pictures are. So this is the Raspberry Pi handheld laptop computer that I designed. And this is before anybody else had ever done that before. And so I designed the case I put a little I took apart a keyboard and used their backlight to put it in as the Raspberry Pi lights up at the back. I darn it. This is like a modular keyboard. This is like a little backup camera. And then I put a 4 gig SD card for the install, put a 64 gig SSD, which was crazy heard of in like 2000, this is 2012. And then that's just the Raspberry Pi 1, the first Raspberry Pi. And it had 11 hours of battery life because I put a laptop battery in it. So underneath this has an actual laptop battery, 6-cell inside of it. So I designed that and printed that out. And yeah, that made it to like hackerspace websites and all this stuff. 700,000. I had like interviews from all these different companies. But this is before other people were actually doing that. What's the GitHub link for the FIOS firmware extractor? I don't have one. I mean, I guess I can make one real quick, but I have never pushed it out. But oh, you're talking about just the regular extractor? Sorry, the regular extractor is just look for Dell BIOS extractor, something like that on GitHub. I don't know what the official is. Let me see if I can find the official. BIOS extractors. So this is it. I wonder if it tells me. License. Let's see what the license says. Plato. It's not telling me who made it. And so the extractor I made is just a file in here, but you have to run them at the same time. That's the problem. Yeah, there you go. Search for that Dell PSF extract, and that will take you to a GitHub. And like Dell uses this one, this one, this one, and this one. Those are the only 4 they use. So those are the only 4 you really need, and that's why I'm running through that as a cycle. And so if it's just like an XPS or a Latitude, you're going to use this one, but sometimes you'll use this on older ones. Sometimes you'll use this on like AMDs, like Alienware or something. And then these are used on some other Alienwares. So they're all a little bit different. How do you know if you have a bad BIOS chip? It's fairly hard to know, actually, but it's one of those things like if you can't write to the chip for one reason or another, then that usually, or you can't verify, or it always has a bit flip or something on one of the registers, then you know it's a bad chip. Sometimes we've had it where it just doesn't read 3/4 of the way. It stops and you can't get it. All right, so now I unplugged it for a while and turned it back on. It is actually starting up now without having a error. So I'm going to see if we can get a blink code here on this side. Let me flip this back over. Interesting. Did I flip it and it turned off? The fans are still spinning up just like it had no RAM in there. Just like the RAM was installed. AI is stealing the inventions of your brain right now. I'm sure. Okay, keep an eye here. We just want to get a blink code that says the RAM's not installed. In the 90s, there were organizers that had mini laptops. Yes. Little tiny, little calculator laptops. The spreadsheets. I would go play in Poison Ivy and Poison Oak. Never got it. That's what I always thought. I remember I said, I'm not allergic to Poison Ivy. And I guess I was, because after I swole up, got all swollen. Came up with a foil hat idea. Does anyone? What about the pet rock? Great stream. Oh yeah, great stream. Didn't fix a single laptop. How do you think about that one? People just like to hang out. I know. That's how it is. 7757 is on the way back to you. I don't like that. No, Wes. Why is it coming back to me? Okay. Well, hopefully we can get you fixed up. I shared the Pi to Go video on Discord. Okay, cool. It's a you can see how young I was on that. My dashing youngness. Let's see. Look at this.
Hey guys, this is Nathan Morgan with Parts.com. You guys
God, it looks so idiotic.
My mobile Raspberry Pi computer, my Pi to Go. So here it is.
It's so bad. Oh my gosh, it's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing, people. What do you do? I don't know how to survive that.
Hey guys, this is Nathan Morgan with
God.
PriceTable.com. I wasn't going for elegant. You know, I obviously wanted it as thin as possible. But the Raspberry Pi itself is pretty thick without me removing all the components off the board to eventually swap file.
Wow. Okay. All right. I can't do it. I can't handle it. Cringe factor. Coming in hot. Okay. All right. Yeah. So I was, how old was I? 12, so I was 22? No, 32. I was 32 there. 32 years old. Okay. Okay, so, the votes are over with. I forgot we were even voting. Let's see what we got. What does the polls say? What was the question? The question says, I was so cute, huh? The questions say, okay, meter or case. So 75% say build the meter, and 25% says build the case. Chris says you're awesome. Well, thank you there, Chris. All right, so 32. I look like I was 22. Yeah, that's about right. Okay, so it looks like someone wants to build the board. So let's build a board and just try that out first, and then still no blink code. So it didn't matter if we had the RAM in there or not. So, I mean, the chipset's still on, right? When we take this thing off, the chipset's still sitting on. So I would say probably bad chipset, huh? What do you think about that, board? Ugh, I hate when these... Uh-oh, light's not blinking. I'd say let's not fix another laptop. Should we find another laptop we can't fix? I could also dig through... Actually, here's a question too. Like, I know we just did a vote, so we are going to build a spike power meter, but is somebody here that has their laptop, or somebody's laptop here that's in the chat? Let me put this away. Pull for a pencil beard. That was a very pencil-y beard. Oh, that's funny. Bad chipsets, 3 for 3. I don't even know that. I'm telling you, if I was a better content creator, I would plan it out a little bit better and make sure that I have some wins. But you could tell that I don't. You could tell that I don't look at this stuff ahead of time. I do it all. We're here together. I don't want to know anything about it. I don't care about failing with that, because I mean I care that the customer didn't get a fixed laptop, but crush the board for science. All right, greatest technician has ever lived. I don't know about that. Okay, you can't win them all. That's true. Mine is there, but it just has a LCD replacement. Oh, Dragon. Yeah, I don't do LCD replacements. Anybody else? Are you sure it's not Monday? Infinity 2. Okay, let's find him. Where are you at, buddy? Infinity. Bad timing. The answer to whether it should do another laptop. What's the repair ID number? Yeah. Never mind. Okay. Do you have any photos in your 20s? I'm sure I do. I look like that. I look like a younger dude. That's what I look like. You can send in your Area 51 laptop in the chat. Anybody? Okay. Protect your laptop during lightning storms. Not satisfied 3 times out of 3. Do you want to go for 4? Really? Real and authentic is legit. I know, it means I'm not AI. It means I'm not AI. Are you guys pretty good at like determining an AI video at this point? Next laptop are ready. Here, I can go dig through something if you want. Well, okay, would you prefer... We keep asking these same questions. Would you rather me work on another laptop, or would you rather me solder together a spike power meter? Is it possible to change the chipset? It is. Is it worth it? No. All right, let's do the spike meter, since everyone's coming in hot with that. Okay, so here's our spike power meter, and here is an unstuffed board. Let me grab all the components. Is Eb here? Eb, are you here? I got tons of parts. Laptop. Oh, look at all those laptops now. Oh, shoot. Oh, no. Spike, laptop, spike. Oh, gosh. Again, it's one of those things. I'm out. I don't care. Take care. Thank you there, everybody. Yeah, or I could just go home. That's the other option. 662 likes. That's actually pretty good. So the idea here, I know some people are all over the place. So this is kind of the original meter that I had. And streamer's choice. That's another way of looking at it. So this is a screen you can buy on Amazon. They're like 16 bucks, and that's what I use off to the side here. And I have these on the counter, and it's just a current pass-through. And then I had it where I can pass it through a shunt resistor program thing here. Messy. You choose, Nate. Thank you. Go home to your family early. I like the sound of that too. I don't mind hanging out. File sent. Uh-oh. What did we find? We have a file sent. All right, we got new EC regions on both of these. And so just to ask you, Led, how do you, when you change out the EC region, because there's multiple areas in there, they have the EC backup and all that stuff, do you just change all of them, or how do you do it? VRAM is likely the, interesting. I've never changed that region out before. Huh, okay. Are you an electronic engineer? I guess you could call me that. I didn't go to school. Well, I have a associate's degree of ITT Tech, but I didn't graduate from high school. I went to 7th grade and got a good enough degree. Which, the PHCM, I've never, okay, first the main, second the backup, the third the minimum. And so you're taking those other regions that they have and putting them in according to what they are, or do you use the same and just copy them into all of them? VRAM, I've never changed that one out. So should we flash this on here and try it out? I don't know if it's going to do anything different. Led just created a new file. I think we should try it. Which one should we try though? Have we tried reflowing the chip? No, we didn't. I'm so good for not knowing anything. Well, thank you. For someone who doesn't know anything, you know a lot. Well, thank you. Those are all good compliments. The main backup and then main again. That's what I thought. Okay. Reflow 3 PHCM results in the file. I don't know what a PHCM. Okay. Oh, that's what you mean. Okay. Good enough degree. Good enough diploma. Fixed $1 million machines. Yep. It's not a fuse. Okay, try again with the lead file. Now, which one should I try? The one that's the RIP? Probably the RIP. I would assume so. Because if we use the customer's original file, try the VRAM first. Oh, okay. All right, let me pull this up and see what we have cooking. Okay, so Led sent a screenshot for us to look at. Darn it. So he's showing that the PCM region here, these paddings, PHCM, sorry. And it's, okay. That, and I need to look. What was that noise? I hear noises. All right, let's try the one with has the new PHCM. Where's this thing downloading to? Where did it download to, people? Got it. All right, so here's Led's new file he just created. And he added a new VRAM section and a new EC section. I love it. Sounds great. Like Tony the Tyga. Gritty for 6 months, tier 1. Hello from Toronto, Canada. Just passing by while on vacation. Hey, have a great vacation. Thank you. Gritty kitty. The old kitty of the gritty. All right, so we're connected to the chip. We're going to pull up the programmer again. We're going to try this for science. Go science, because science is good. 6.7. 6.7. All right, program underway. Agree. VRAM corruption can also make no VRAM also. Interesting. How do we get results 1 or 2 times? I've never played with that region, so there you go. Okay. Perfect. All right, so we do have a vote that just, oh, sorry, this is still programming. We do have a vote that came up, and it says 70% on, excuse me, 70% on Twitch say they want me to work on the spike power meter, and 59% on YouTube want me to work on a laptop. So, snip, snap, snip, snap. But only 14 people voted on Twitch out of 180 people. So, that's something to be said. And we have 150 votes on YouTube. So, if you want to vote, vote. And it can tell me if you actually want this. How bad you want this. Laptop wins. YouTube has more votes. It's true, it has more votes. In general, it always has more votes. And Twitch shouldn't even count at all. It's counted as 50 votes. The main thing is that I have it where whatever has the highest percentage usually wins. That's how I work on it, but it's kind of hard. We'll just keep working on this. I may just call it. We'll just do some question and answer, and I'll go home after this. Because I wanted, we'll do a whole stream for building the spike meter. I don't want to mess up. Only 14 people on Twitch voted. Yes, that's very common. If you're on Twitch right now, say hello. Say that I want to see that you exist, because it says there's 180 of you, and I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Okay, so we did write that on here, and we don't even need to plug a screen in because it's doing the same thing over and over again. All we need to see is it go above that 1.39. If we can get more than 1.39, oh, look at that. Well, hello. Wow. Well, you wish you shall receive. Okay, look at all those people. Well, hello. I didn't think that you were actually real. I thought you guys were all bots. Wow, that's crazy. Okay, well, hello, people. So, you do exist. Is it just hard for you to see the actual vote thing? That's probably what it is. Because it doesn't pop up on the side very well. That's probably what it is. We'll just say that. We'll just say that. All right, I'm going to plug it in. We'll get that going. And it's turning on. So pay attention here. We want to see it go above 1.39. Can you and LED do a collab? Yeah. Dedicated to firmware. Yeah, we could do that. Sounds like fun. Sounds marvelous. We'll do one where we, let's see. What can we do? We'll have to do something really fancy. Hello from Salford. Where's Salford? Polls on Twitch are hard to see. I know, that's what we're going to say. All right, so the polls are here. Let's see what I can't see. 64%. 64 and 57. 64 and 57. Well, we still haven't got above 1.39. What do we think? I missed most votes because it's hard to see. Looking good. I work on this. Pay attention half the time, 90% of the time. That makes sense. I get it. You just put it on in the background. You just hear me babbling on, blah, 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 blah. I don't see a poll. Well, the poll's over. That's why. And the polls that the mods start only last like 2 minutes long. And the polls on Twitch or YouTube just last infinite. So, or maybe it's 5 minutes. Okay, so now we're back to it. So, it's not firmware. Do we conclude? Not firmware? No changes in power. Oscilloscope? Yeah, so where do you want me to scope? Donde está ustedes? So, we have no RAM in here. But when I put the RAM in, it does exactly the same thing. Your voice is nice. It puts you to sleep, especially when I do all the voices, and the Dominator voice, and the Christopher Walken voice. This watch. CPU PWM. Okay. We can look at CPU. I don't even know if these things are turning on though. CPU is cold. Chipset's on. I still think it's chipset. I want to smash it. Try reflow something. I want to reflow the whole thing. I'm going to put the whole thing in a board cooking oven. I still feel like it has to be something on something. What do you think about that? Bending the board again. Do some Sean Connery. Indiana? I watched The Rock the other night. That's what I ended up watching whenever I went home to watch a movie. I put on The Rock. Indiana, so trying to think of a good line. Let's see. Junior? Something on something, I concur. There is 1.34. I know it's hit 1.39 multiple times. Here, I'll put the chart on there so you can see it. It's like I'm squeezing, it's not doing anything. Do Jimmy Hart. I may recommend a hammer technique. Trebek? Damn it, Trebek. Trebek. I'm thinking of the SNL skit where he's on Jeopardy the whole time. Damn it, Trebek. Try with the battery installed. Okay. You get a battery installed. You think it's a power management chip? Indiana, do you see? My dog's name is Indiana. My wife takes naps during your streams. Oh, it's probably just the time of day. It's not because of me. It's kind of a win for me. All right, so we're going to go above 1.39, I suppose. I do to Kalea because we do have a battery plugged in. This aftermarket battery. Should we try a different battery? Yeah, I'll try a better battery. That battery's sus. Sus, man. What other voice do we need? 15. What do we need? 55, 15. Looks like CPUs are balling. my dog's named Indiana. Is it safe to bend boards? Well, it's perfectly safe to bend board. We got a blink code, but that's because the battery's probably dead. It's perfectly safe to bend boards that are broken. Oh, do Shrek's voice. Oh, gosh. Let's see. Donkey! Damn it, donkey! Oh, my gosh. You guys are crazy. My children watch you. That's why I don't use any cuss words. Any curse words. I don't curse. We have blink code. I can't believe. So this is like a 4-1 or a fast blink, so it means the battery's dead, or no likey the battery. But I likey the battery. Usually it has power. Do the voice that you can. I can't think of any voices right this second. So the battery has nothing. Nothing. Why does the battery have nothing? Let me find a better battery. That battery should have something because I use it all the time. Luigi voice was very nice. It's me, Mario, and Luigi. Oh, you guys are making me sound like an idiot. Okay. 15R4. Let me find a better one of these. M15, G7. That's the older one. Okay, I'm going to use this one since it's the same cell, same battery cell. So this is the same battery cell as this one, it just has a different cable, so we're just going to switch cables. Do Borat? Oh gosh, I'm trying to think. I never watched the Borat movie, so it's like I need to think at it. Yeah, I like a lot. Something like that. Well, I'm trying to think of what he liked a lot. He liked something a lot. It's like Borat fixing the laptops. Here. I smoked another laptop. I need to hydrate, don't I? I need to go to sleep. I need some of the nap time. You know what I do after these streams is I go take a nap. I go home and I take a nap. And it feels so good. Feels so good. All right, I'm going to measure right here. Okay, we got 11.3. I can't believe. All right, so we have voltage on that battery, and I'm going to plug it in now. Let's see if we get something different. Okay. Oh, honestly, Borat is hilarious. You got to watch the 2020 Borat movie. Okay, is that my new challenge? My new challenge. All right. The battery's charging. Look at that. So the battery's charging. Oh, Johnny Depp and the Pirates of the Caribbean. Oh, gosh. Oh, let's see. I can't think of a line, though. 3.5 hours with the restroom break. This happens most of the time. I can make it through the whole stream. We got higher amps because we have battery charge. But here, for your viewing pleasure, you can see what the voltage on the battery is going to. Got 11.9 volts. Now we're at 12.1. Kind of weird. Very nice. Yeah. Very nice. Okay, Borat. Very nice. Speaking of streams. Yeah, now you're making me need to go to the bathroom. Why is all this bathroom talk? Pirate of Boston. I'm retired and dream about it. Why is the room always gone? Okay. Now we're back to 18 watts. This watts. King of the Castle. Do y'all remember that stream that we did where we did only Seinfeld references? Did y'all see the video that I edited down from the live stream? I know some people did. So if you missed it, whatever. Last year we had a stream where we were like, okay, from here on out we're only doing Seinfeld references, and I know people that are across the pond don't watch Seinfeld, but US does, and so we ended up editing it down into a short, and it was pretty funny. Very interesting. Okay, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of what Johnny Depp's voice is. Very interesting. No, I can't do it. Love Seinfeld. The A-Team. Don't better be messing my fan, fool. That's my van, fool. My Mr. T. Elementary, dear. Watson. Russian or Scottish? Hunt for Red October. Oh. I'm from South Africa. Have you ever watched Seinfeld before? Just joined. Missed 3.5 hours. What did you miss? Oh, you missed a lot, man. Oh, gosh. We have 3 motherboards with 3 bad chipsets. Festivus for the rest of us. I love it when a plan comes together. Giddy up. Okay, measure the VRMs. VRMs, measure them. Go. Dance, monkey, dance. So the battery's no longer charging. One thing you're noticing here. So the machine's off. I'm going to plug it back in. We were charging whenever it was starting to start, but now it's not charging anymore. That's a symptom to me. Now is it charging? Maybe it's fully charged, and that's why. Kit's voice. Michael. Michael, I don't think we should do that. Gosh, you guys are funny. Maybe the battery's 100%. Yeah, I think the battery might be 100%. King's overreacting bullets. Oh, Hunt for Red October was a great movie. It sure was. I think the book was good too. All right, let's pull this off. Let's look at the PWM. I don't think we're getting anywhere. I don't think we're getting anywhere. You're like, and then you're like, do Devin's voice now on Knight Rider. I'm like, come on. Do Michael Landon's voice in Little House on the Prairie. You guys are crazy. Books have a lot of words. Yeah, and I'm reading. I read books. I do. I read books though. Like I'm in the middle of a book right now. It's almost done. So I do read. It's hard when there's a lot of words and I'm like having to kind of focus. That's what I'm saying. It's really hard. Because I do definitely read. Oh, FYI, German voice of Kit is much better than the original. That sounds hilarious. I gotta hear that. I gotta hear that. I paid the fool who messed with my van, fool. Paid the fool. That's Mr. T from A-Team. All your voices sound the same to me. Oh, gosh. That's a compliment, right? Yes, a very Fred Flintstone. I know Barney, right? I don't know. Gosh, it's been a while. Fred? What are we doing? I can't do it. I can't think of it. Yeah, Oliver Wendell's Douglas voices from all Green Acres. 30-minute warning. Okay, so I don't know. All right, let's measure some PWM stuff just to kind of rule out some weird CPU stuff. I think that this board's bad. It feels bad, man. Board's not that expensive either. Voices are voice overload. Ground control to Major Tom. Okay, so here's our PWM controller. Ooh, is it spiced? What is that? What is that? It's just hot on the edge or what? I don't understand that. I think there's a pad that goes on there maybe. All right, let's figure out what the pinout is of this. Let's see if we have any weird measurements on our PWMs. Just Jeff Goldblum. I sound like Jeff Goldblum apparently, but it's only because I stammer so much. Right? And he's whimsical the way he talks. So he's very you stammer and you can't really get your words out, and yes, I've heard that plenty of times. All right, so we have our board pulled up here. I just want to see what we have. CPU here, PWM controller for the CPU is right here, and our PWM signals right there. 1, 2. Wait, where's 1 and 2? We got 2 and 3 and 4 is right there. I don't see them. Okay, well, we'll go and find them, I guess. All right, it's going to be this far pen. That's what we're looking for. Oh, okay, I see. It's just named differently. So we have, these are different than these two. They have a different function. They add more stuff to it. Okay. All right, so we just need to measure, make sure we don't have anything weird on any of these pins all the way across. Capiche? So we're going to do this in diode mode. Diode mode. Cheap Chinese battery did it again. All right, so this corner pin, this is the integrated graphics, so we're going to start here with this one. That's fine. 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 Okay, looks good. Do you have 0.7 on the CPU? I don't believe so, but we'll double check right now. So plug it in. It's powering on. We don't have voltage on the CPU. Do we have voltage here? See, the integrated graphics is on, but the CPU is not powered on. So weird, right? So we have heat here, but it's because the integrated graphics is on, but none of these are on. And the GPU is on. What if we just... You know what's interesting? We did physical inspection already. What's interesting is it should be trying to power on. Hold on, I'm just thinking real quick. Swap PWM, we could just swap that. But what I'm thinking is that it should be trying to power on, start these things up. And then if it can't, then it gives us a 2-1 error or some sort of blink code. We're not getting any blink code no matter what. We don't have any RAM in there right now. But does that mean that, let's make sure that we get power to our RAM too. So let me figure out what the RAM power supply is. So the RAM is right here. So we need to find the RAM power supply. What's the power? Is that it? Nope. 1.2 volts. 1.2, CPU 1.2. This is it right here. All right, so this is what we need to make sure we have voltage here, and we also want to make sure we have voltage here. So we should have both of those when we have the RAM in there. Let's do it, shall we? Are you excited? DDR5, DDR5, proper nice. DDR4. Is it 4? Yeah, it is, because 1.2 volts. Proper nice. No blink code. It's weird. That's why I think something else is dead. Something else is proper dead. Sound a bit like Jeff Goldblum. Continuity through the conductor. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just going to start out. We just want to make sure we have voltage here, and we make sure we have our 1.2 there. Those are the two places I want 1.2. If we got that, then we can move on to our next step. So 1.2. It's not powering on though. Where's our power? There we go. Powering on, 1.2 and 1.2. So we have both our 1.2s. Okay, so we have power to our RAM, and we have 1.2 going to the CPU also. I'm going to reset our power meter just so it looks pretty. There we go. Means it cracked. The blinker is dead. The blink turns on. The light turns on. It's actually on right now. So you can see it's powered on right there. And then what we're looking for would be a blink code. See, it's even pulsing on and off a little bit. Jump to Shark Tank. Voltage injection on ground. PSA announcement. Don't buy cheap batteries or chargers. There you go. That's how you do it. Yeah, this is the second one or third one in the last couple weeks that someone has changed out the battery with an aftermarket battery and the machine no longer turns on. Look, cracked chip. What cracked chip? So the main thing is, let's change this out, I guess. I don't know. If this ain't working, then nobody's working. So let's go ahead and just change him out. This is what controls these chips, and none of these are getting any voltage. So let's change him out. We can also check to make sure that this ML chip, I think, is what's running these, and this is going to do that. Should have 20 volts there. Good. Do a quick reflow. I mean, if I do a quick reflow, I'd do it with just my hot air station, and I don't know if that's the best way of doing it. Okay, what's our chip number? NCP 81307. NCP 81307. Let's make sure we have one of those proper nice ones. NCP 81307. NCP 81307, that's one. I just want to make sure we have other choices here. Like this board. This actually might be the best board. Let me see. Because this board actually has a crack. 81307, perfect. And the problem with this one is a physical damage here. The whole end got broken off. And so we know that this CPU is fine and all these chips will be fine on it. So that's the board I want to use. If I use one of these other ones where it's like the CPU doesn't work or it doesn't start or something like that, can you check for an enable? We could do that. I just need to figure out exactly which pin that would be. It's a little bit tricky on these. Because not necessarily just like an enable. CPU, VN, CPU. So VSP, I'm not sure what VSP should have on it. ISSC, enable CPU. So I mean, we can check to see if we have that on our VR line. I don't know. We could check. We can check. We can check. So that's going to be this pen here, and then that pen. Let's just check those 2 pins. So it'll be this one. Is that a burn hole? Nah, can't be. So this one and these. We'll just measure all that stuff over here. But don't slip. PUZ5. What we got? We're missing PUZ5. CPU enable? No way. No freaking way. Oh, I was going to say, was it getting voltage? No, it's getting voltage here. So we have it. And then, what about this one? I'm not sure what we're supposed to have on that line, but we definitely have our enable is here. Mark pen 1's right here. So 0.14. So I don't know what we're supposed to have on this line. The trace on pin 39 looks a little funny. Let's see. Change the reflectivity here. See if that helps. Oh, got an old laptop and the motherboard was hard to find, expensive. But mine still works occasionally. Just got here. What are we fixing? It's an 5511. Probably has a bad CPU or GPU. The Richtech ML is a high efficiency synchronization PWM. So this one's what's running these 2 dual MOSFETs that powers this one on, which is on. See, you got 1.8 volts there. It's just these aren't turning on. And those are all tied to this chip. Let's just replace that chip. Call it a day, man. All right, we're doing it. CPU ICC high. What is that? ICC. ICC. So we had this enable. This one we had nothing on it. This one we had 0.17 on the sys line. CPU reference, that's not working because it's not on. Sense, none of this stuff is going to be on. We're not getting any signals here because they're not on. So, I don't know. I don't know enough about CPU circuitry to be able to know for sure. So I'm just going to change this out. We're thinking happy thoughts. It'd be crazy if we just had a win all of a sudden. The current feedback loop. Well, if there's no current going out, then it can't feedback anyway. We're missing power rail. Every power rail is present. 3 volt, 5 volt, 1.8, 1.2 for the RAM. 1.8 on the integrated graphics. The GPU is starting up. It's just the CPU's not starting up. For science. I have an old Aspire running XP. Nice. Yeah, we'll get flux there, maybe. Do some flux. Lux, please. A little bit of this Black Horse repair, a little incense for me. In my custom-made tweezers. We should reflow first. Tricky. We're just going to replace it since we have another one right here. I'm going to grab this one now. Brand new. never been used before. Flux is expensive, Soren says. And so he dips it in a vat of rosin. Proper nice rosin, too. Nate's nose tweezers. Look at them. I love them. See that little end? Looks so pretty. And look, now I can just grab it like this. Woo. So good. So good. Alright, don't get these mixed up. So this is the donor chip. I'm just going to plop it in place right there, like that. Never used. Wow. It's also harmful for your health, except if it's Black Horse, then it's all fresh. And so clean. Oop, don't fly away. Okay. Give it a little bit of flux. Flux love. Alright, look at that little tappy tap. Tappy tap. Nice. Brand new. They got upgraded. Upgraded. It's going to make it faster. Better. Faster. I did not even have my air on. Probably was not a good idea to do that, but it happens. Oh, you have them new. That's right. This board right here is actually a new board, and it got, the corner got damaged and ripped off, and so it became a donor board, unfortunately. So yeah, theoretically all the parts on here are new. That's a $700 mistake. Yep. $700 mistake. Okay. Okay, now what, guys? Is that it? Did we win? Check the resistance now. Well, the resistance before was like crazy high, like 50. It's going to be low because it's hot, but I will do what you want. We're at 8 ohms now. Promoted to a donor. Yep, so now we have 9. I mean, it's hot, so we'll cool it off a little bit. Plug your ears if you don't want to hear it. See how the resistance is going up as I cool it off? See that? Still going up higher. What's the difference between rosin and flux? I think it's kind of a mix or something. Rosin is just like the sap of a tree, right? I think that's right. And flux is kind of a concoction of stuff. So it has acids and has all sorts of stuff in there. And so, like Black Horse makes this stuff himself at his house, and he has like a little formula. And he got $700 business write-off. And so, I don't know. I've never used rosin before, but I know rosin becomes like rock hard on the motherboard. I can tell you that. Damn high resistance, I know. I don't get it. 30 ohms now. It's weird. All right, well, we're going to get voltage or we're not. And if we don't, then we're just going to have to throw this off to the side. We're just going to chat for the next 10 minutes or so, and then I'm going to go home. I'll plan on doing next Sunday. We'll do a spike power meter. So we'll build that. We'll build one, and then we'll design a case. And it will be cool if it'd be cool if we were able to design it and I could start the printer, but it takes too long to print things, you know. So, all right, here we go. I'm gonna plug it in. Plugged in. We're measuring the CPU power rail. And we have no voltage there still. But I'm just going to wait and see if it comes up. Still no voltage there. It's weird. Rosin is not corrosive. Bacon fat should work. Huh. Yeah, I don't know enough about that stuff. I've never used it. 1.8 still on the integrated graphics. Yep. No voltage. No voltage, man. Here, one other thing I want to check is actually if we have all of our voltages on the chipset. So 1.8, we should have 1.8 3.3s on here, and sometimes a 1.0. So those are good. Good. Gotta be careful. Careful. 1.0s, there we go. So we have our 1.05, we have our 1.8s, we have our 3.3. So the chipset's getting all the voltages it needs. It's very happy with that. And the chipset's on, it's warm. It's just waiting for the CPU to turn on. But the CPU is not turning on. Why? We have 20 volts coming over here, energizing this path. So we have 20 volts coming over here, 20 volts going over here. But our PWM, we're not getting a PWM signal here. And we did change out the chip, so the chip's getting voltage. The amps is climbing. It might be because the CPU doesn't have a heatsink on it, but so no go, bad motherboard. What flux do I actually wait? What does flux actually do? So if I explain it in a way where I just say it flow, it makes the solder flow. So if you are soldering on something, here I can give you, let's just mess around with this board real quick. So a good example is this. So if we're on this board and we have one of these solder bridges, right? So if I just take my soldering iron and I don't put any flux on here. So now I'm going to just solder on the solder bridge. Shoot, don't burn yourself. Okay. And you see how sticky it is? It kind of like, it doesn't really flow. It's just kind of like sticky. Okay. Now if I add flux to it, it's like a deoxidant, right? Is that what it is? It prevents oxidation. But look at this. So now we actually have a very, it's liquidy almost. And it allows it to stick to things. So like if, and look, now it's even separating where I can even take off the stuff off of here because it makes it where the pins won't stick together. Removes surface oxidation, prevents new oxidation from forming when heated, and lowers the surface tension of it. So like on that chip that I just installed, if I would have used no flux and just kind of like tapped it or whatever, I would have had pins that were bridged and everything. But because I had that flux on there, then when I tap it, it actually separates all the pins and makes it where there's no shorts. But look, yeah, you see that? All this was able to come off of here with flux on here. If I didn't have that, it wouldn't be able to do that. So, so good. A difference between a good soldering, a person who can solder, is having good flux. That's really what I'm saying. You can look like a really good solder technician by having good flux. It's like magic. Disable the GPU and reflow it, push it into the garbage. Meter off. Okay, so we're going to just spend the last 10 minutes or so just kind of doing a just chatting session, shenanigans. So that means you can ask me questions. Here's the thing. I wish I could have fixed these things. I wish it could have happened, but it didn't, and that's happened sometimes. And so we're going to have to try to figure out another, I don't know. I hate losing 343. Things all day. Just subscribed on Twitch with a first a tier 1 Prime sub. Appreciate that. Go home, boss. Later, people. Yeah, you have to. Thanks there. Let me pull up my chat window here so we can actually get good chats going. All right, 3 bricks. Did you get your mini parts in? Yes, I did, and I installed them yesterday, so that's part of the reason why I'm a little bit exhausted. But I replaced both my rear shocks and mounts and all that stuff, and now the whole back end is really nice and smooth, and now the front is still making little noises when I turn. I think it's some of the bushings on the sway bars and stuff like that. I had to pull the whole wheel off and figure out exactly what's in there and start ordering those parts. But use nanoflux paste on M35. I've never used that before. Chat time. Wait, so ever use Rex like batch files? Only elf is it does if else and else if environment integration. You might replace Python for BIOS assembler. So interesting. Never even heard of it. So I'll check that out. Watching from Malaysia. Lots of things I learned from you and your videos. Thank you very much for sharing the experience and appreciate it. Well, thank you so much. Browlance. How was the blue corn whiskey and cigars? Well, I was going to do a cigar last night. I didn't get to do it. I may do it tonight. The blue corn whiskey is incredible. It is. I've never tasted anything like it. So thank you so much for that. The Balcones blue corn whiskey, that is something else. I appreciate it. That was so generous of you. Thank you for bringing that in. Flux collects grinding dust as well. Oh, that's a good way of doing it. Yep. Resistance is futile. Why is my thing not updating? There we go. What causes a post loop? Oh, well, usually it's a BIOS. Usually, if it gets to a line of code and it can't do it. So later on, missing Wednesday, got PT. Okay, well, do your thing, man. What are you using on your video input device? I'm using the crap that I hate. So I'm still using these Elgato 4K or Camlink 4Ks. And so I have 3 of them through USB, and I have 3 different USB controllers I have to hook them into, but I still get juddery stuff. So I'm still looking for a card. Do you offer to buy non-repair motherboards for spare parts? No, in general, what we do is if it's a motherboard repair and I can't fix it, they can get it sent back for $79 and I pay for the return shipping. So I usually make $50, but I spend a bunch of time on it. So I'm usually making like $10 an hour to do it. Or they can just abandon the machine or scrap the machine and they don't owe me anything. So that's kind of the payment, but I don't buy it. I'm not, because in general, I don't even use the parts. Sometimes we'll find because nothing's good enough to sell on the site per se. So we learned a lot from the stream today. Yeah, we learned a lot. Like everything is dead. Everything's a chipset. This is an exceptional day. Never mind, Nate. I mean, it's funny that people actually enjoy these types of streams where I fail all the way. What bike do you ride? I have a Polygon D7. So it's a Siskiyou Polygon D7. It's from bikesonline.com, and then I've built my own carbon wheels. I was trying to come up with different ways to upgrade the bike without spending a bunch of money, and I wanted some carbon wheels. And so I bought carbon rims, and then I got the spokes, and I bought my own hubs, and I built my own whole spoke building apparatus, and I don't know. I had fun with that. So yeah, so I have my own carbon wheels, and that's basically the only upgrades I've done on it. Any kind of crystal oscillator on that board? There's 3 or 4 of them on there, usually near the chipset, near the video. How are we going to celebrate Nate's birthday? You know, last year my birthday, I had my birthday on one of the streams, but I never told y'all because I don't know. I'm still new to this stuff. Mini Tech, nice. The chips manage low voltage, never fails. Usually they don't. What did we repair? A truck or a car? A Mini Cooper S. A 2015 Mini Cooper I bought that has 176,000 miles on it. The engine and transmission's good because it's a manual, but it has the rear end. It was making all this noise, and I figured out the shocks were messed up. So I ordered the shocks and installed them myself. How do you know what side of balls you need? If you don't have the stencil. Well, the stencil has the markings on it. That's how I figure it out. And then I usually will drop a ball in there and kind of look. Otherwise you don't know. Pretty sure that you have a win in the lawn yesterday. I did win my lawn yesterday, except I got poison ivy. Do not buy repaired motherboards for donors. In general, I don't. Have you ever had a board that came in and actually had it enter a service tag for it? Wait, have you ever had a board that came in that you actually had to enter a service tag and express code for it? You don't enter express code, just service tags. Also, can you tell me what motherboard model it was when we were setting up? Is that normal? So all my motherboards, like I sell motherboards, they'll come with service tags taken off, except if sometimes they come as refurbished and then they already have service tags in them. So I don't know the motherboard model we're setting up. it's written at the bottom of the stream, so I don't know which one you're talking about. So that's, you can look at that. Why are you Asus? Wait, why does Asus guys keep coming to harass this stream? I don't know, man. People just want me to work on stuff. They think I'm amazing, I guess. You got Bacconi's blue. Oh wow, yeah. Bacconi's a blue baby blue. When do you usually stream? Twice a week. Same schedule every single week. Wednesday at 6 p.m. Central Time, Sunday at 9 a.m. Central Time, every single week. So you're always, and I always schedule ahead of time. So on Sundays, I schedule a couple hours before the stream. And on Wednesday, I schedule about 3 or 4 hours before the stream. So, why is my thing updating here? It keeps doing this. And I get behind over and over again. Let's call it 3 bad chipsets. That's the easiest way to do it. Mulder and Scully concurs. I've not watched that show in so long. Please remember to like the stream. Video input card you got didn't help. Well, I had to return it actually. I need to remember. The card I bought only did square resolution because it was actually for 3D, like Oculus type of things, where it didn't have like a full 4K on both multiple inputs, so it didn't work. So I had to return it, and I only have till the 24th, which is tomorrow. So I better do that. Yeah, did I return the card? No, I haven't. It's sitting right here. I need to do it. Maybe I should do it right now. How much does a full board repair usually cost? $249 flat rate, and then that includes return shipping and a year warranty. And it doesn't cost any parts that I'm putting on the board. So usually it's called too cheap. Do you ever get a neck strain or hurt? I get a back pain, but I bought this fancy chair, and so it does help. Is there anything you don't do, dude? Well, the thing is I like to do things. I'm a doer. And so if I don't know how to do it, I just go figure out how to do it. Plus, I don't like paying people to do it. So like I've been doing a bunch of AC repair at my house. I just installed a new mini split. I had to change out my condenser. So I have all my air conditioning repair stuff. And then I do my own pool repair and replace all my pool equipment. And I've done plumbing, run electrical. I've done remodeling on houses. I built a house. I mean, I can do all that stuff. I'm a doer. I just like to do it. Success and failure are equal valid to science. In fact, we often learn more from failures. Man, haiku that. That's a shirt right there, man. Yeah, man. You like cooler if you did. Every day should be celebrated as your birthday. May the GPU power rail at 0.03 ohms resistance to ground. It's not it should be 0.3 to ground. Be a goner. 0.03, yes, is a goner, but 0.3 to ground is fine. Maybe you can try to flash another BIOS. I already flashed the BIOS multiple times. Mini Cooper. Definitely doesn't fit Nate. Yeah, it's funny because those Mini Coopers, you could put the front seat goes all the way to the back seat. It like touches the back seat. So it's plenty far enough I can move around. And it's bright orange too. It's orange with racing stripes. Would you repurpose cell phones and cameras and looking at the microscope with that for less than $100? That's right. Yeah, that's what I have is a bunch of cell phone cameras around here. Chris, about to open up my own laptop, my own shop, and lots of thanks to your knowledge and advanced stuff that you taught me. Been in the repair game for 10 years, and finally getting around to doing it. Good job, Chris. Well, give me a call if you have any questions about anything. I don't mind giving you any tips or pointers. Ken got to pump up his neck brace on Amazon. All right, I'm trying to get all these done, but it's just so many. I have Ryzen 99. Okay, that sounds like a desktop stuff. I can't do that. It's crazy. Too much stuff. Anthony, you got some good hardcore stuff. So many people do service jobs and want to, let's see. I have a company that replaced a capacitor on my AC condenser, 20 minutes, $250 with a 10% discount. Yeah, I mean, and John, you think about this whenever you have somebody coming out to do that $250 job. There is a cost of doing business, and you have to charge $250 for that particular business in general, because you have the time of driving there and back. And yes, the diagnostic only took a few minutes, and you had the capacitor, and they doubled the price or whatever, charged a bunch for it. $250 may be a little high, but I think I did see like the way that you calculate the cost on that, the true cost of having that guy come out to your house to do it. and it's probably in the neighborhood of, you know, after you pay the whole thing, you might be 150 to 170. If you had an independent guy, then it'd be a lot less, obviously. But if you have a big company, you have trucks and leases and all that stuff. Do you use the Mini Cooper tools to put Cooper tires on, or on your Cooper Mini? I had to go. It's funny because the Mini Cooper had no tire iron or jack or anything. I had to go buy. I went to Harbor Freight, bought like the cheapest jack that I could find. There was a small one that could fit under the car, and they were making fun of me when I was walking through the store with this thing. They're like, "What are you going to jack up with that thing?" I mean, multiple workers came up to me like, "What are you going to get?" It's like, it was a little 3-ton jack, but it was a floor jack that wasn't made to lift more than 13 inches or something like that, and so everyone thought that I was crazy. And so I had to buy that, and I could barely fit a jack stand under it. I was able to get jack stands under it yesterday, so that was good. Mini Cooper, Great British Engineering. It's the BMW version of it. So, do you also design your own boards or any type of projects? Yes, I've designed circuit boards, but never got them printed because they never ended up working out. Deciding on a new XPS 13 $699 for my kid's school. Recommendations? Yeah, I mean, those new ones they're trying to compete with the what is it called? The Apple Neo, is that what it is? The Apple Neo. And yeah, they're cheap. They're cheap and they work fine. Just don't get like a high-end one. That's all it is. Like, everything just needs to be kind of just a regular. Just don't get the max. You know, you want to get enough RAM, but you don't need like the high-end i9 or something like. I don't know if they come in i9s, but $699. That's a good price, I would say. Buying a couple of those, if you're expecting 3 years out of them, you'll get about 3 years out of them, I would think. And that's just the best way of looking at it. Scarf, have some bourbon on me. Thank you. I love it. Definitely have some bourbon. So, okay, I'm going to call it. I appreciate everyone coming out tonight. If this is your first stream, I appreciate you coming out and participating in this total, complete failure. 3 boards, 3 bad boards, 3 bad chipsets, or whatever it was. Hopefully I answered some of your questions. I'm sorry if I skipped your question because it's hard to keep up with all that stuff. I do these streams twice a week, Sunday at 9 a.m. Central Time, usually around 4 hours, and then I do the Wednesday one at 6 p.m. Central, so in the evening for 4 hours also. So join in on that every single week. We usually work on different things. Next Sunday, we're going to build one of our spike power meters. So I'm going to solder one of these, we're going to build one of these, and then we're going to design the case. I don't know if it's going to take the whole stream or not, but we'll play around with that. And I appreciate everybody who came out. Thanks to the mods for keeping the chat clean, for all the shenanigans, the people coming in with caps and start talking and saying all this stuff. Biggest Bobby ever. Thank you for that $1 donation. And anyway, I hope everyone has a wonderful weekend, and I'll see you next Wednesday at 6 p.m. Central. Thanks for watching.